It was the middle of October when I drove up to the cabin. I had rented it for a full week. I found it on a site that listed private rentals. No reviews, just a few pictures and a short description that said something like, "Perfect for hunters or loners who want peace." That was good enough for me. I wanted quiet. I needed space away from everything, work, people, the city, all of it. The cabin was tucked deep into the woods of northern Minnesota. I'd driven 7 hours to get there. The last stretch was a narrow, winding dirt road, barely wide enough for one car. Trees leaned in from both sides, their leaves already changing into shades of gold, red, and orange. I hadn't seen another car for over an hour by the time I reached the turnoff. There were no signs, just coordinates and a vague direction from the owner. But when I reached it, there it was, an old one-story wooden structure that looked like it hadn't been touched in decades. The front porch sagged slightly, and the windows were cloudy with grime. But the door was unlocked, and inside, everything worked. The electricity came from a solar system on the roof, and there was a generator out back just in case. Water came from a well, and there was a wood-burning stove in the middle of the living room for heat. Everything smelled like dust and dry pine. It wasn't fancy, but it was clean enough, and the silence out there was thick. I unpacked everything, stocked the small fridge with the food I'd brought, and set up my cot by the fireplace. That first night was quiet. No noise but the wind in the trees. Took me a while to sleep because I wasn't used to that kind of silence. In the city, there's always a hum. Traffic, neighbors, sirens, something. But here, once the wind settled, it was just empty. The only sounds were the ones I made, and that made me a little uneasy, even if I wouldn't admit it out loud. The next day, I hiked around the area. There were no trails, just forest. Miles of it. I brought a compass and my phone with an offline map, just in case, though service out there was completely dead. I didn't see a single person. I didn't expect to. There were no other cabins nearby, and the nearest town was almost 2 hours away. On the second night, I woke up to something strange. It wasn't a noise that did it. It was more like a shift in the air. Something felt off. I opened my eyes and stared at the ceiling, listening hard. First, I heard nothing. Then I picked up the sound of something light, soft crunching outside, like footsteps on dried leaves. Not fast, slow and steady. I sat up slowly, heart starting to race. I waited. Then the sound stopped. I got up and walked to the window, careful not to step on the squeaky floorboards. I looked out but couldn't see much. The moonlight barely lit the yard. The trees stood still. Nothing moved. I waited a while, then went back to bed. I told myself it was probably just a deer or some small animal, but I couldn't fall back asleep after that. The next morning, I walked around the cabin to check for tracks. I found some. At first, I thought they were mine from earlier, but a set of prints looked different. They were boot prints, smaller than mine, and came from the woods, stopped near the side of the cabin, then turned back. That unsettled me. Maybe someone had passed through. A hunter, maybe, but it was private land. Still, I tried not to overthink it. I spent the third day cutting wood for the stove. The air was colder than before. I didn't want to rely on the generator too much, and I figured keeping the fire going would help me sleep better. That night, I kept the axe inside, leaned up near the door. I didn't hear anything during the night, but when I woke up the next morning, I noticed the front porch light was turned off. I always left it on. That switch was inside. I checked around again. No new prints this time, but I still had a bad feeling. Something wasn't right. I didn't have a gun with me, just a couple knives and the axe. That afternoon, I debated leaving, but I talked myself out of it. I told myself I was just being paranoid. People live alone in the woods all the time. I tried to enjoy the peace, but it kept slipping through my fingers. On the fourth night, I stayed up late, sitting in a chair by the window watching the tree line. I had a flashlight and the axe beside me. The woods stayed still and I didn't see anything, but I felt something again. Not fear exactly, but awareness, like I was being watched. I went to bed late, finally too tired to stay up. That was the worst night. I woke up just past 3 a.m. I knew the time because I checked my watch. There was noise outside again. This time it wasn't just leaves. It was creaking, like wood bending under weight. I froze. The sound was close, maybe the porch. I held my breath and listened. The creaking came again, then stopped. A full minute passed. I heard 3 knocks on the door. My heart slammed in my chest. I grabbed the axe and moved to the side of the door, staying out of sight from the small window. I waited. No more knocks came. I didn't move for a long time, maybe 20 minutes. Then I heard something else. Footsteps going around the side of the cabin. I followed quietly from inside. The steps circled to the back, then stopped. I peered through the back window. I couldn't see anyone. I stayed up the rest of the night. As soon as the sun came up, I went outside. No footprints this time. The ground was hard and dry. I packed up most of my gear. I decided to leave. I didn't feel safe anymore. I could handle being alone but not being watched. Not someone walking around my cabin at night, knocking on the door and then disappearing. As I was finishing loading the car, I walked around one last time. That's when I saw it. A small bundle of twigs and string tucked under the porch. It wasn't there before. It looked like a trap or some kind of marker. I didn't touch it. I didn't want to. I just left it there and got in the car. The drive back was long. The further I got from the cabin, the better I felt. By the time I reached the highway, it was like I could breathe again. I didn't stop until I reached a small diner an hour outside Duluth. I ate and sat there for a while, trying to make sense of everything. Back home, I checked the rental site again. The listing was gone, completely deleted. No way to contact the owner. I searched the address, but nothing came up. It was like it had never existed. I still don't know what happened out there. Maybe it was just someone messing around. Maybe it was something more serious. I never told anyone the full story. I just said I got tired of the trip and came back early. But sometimes, late at night, I think about those knocks. The slow footsteps, the bundle of sticks. Someone was out there, and they knew I was alone. I haven't gone back to the woods since, and I never will. Not alone. It started as a solo trip I planned just to get away from work and people. I'd been burnt out, and I felt like I needed silence more than anything else. Not the kind of silence you get in your bedroom with headphones on, but the kind where all you hear is the wind through the trees and maybe a distant bird. So I booked a small, off-grid cabin deep in the Upper Peninsula of Michigan. It was listed on a site that specialized in remote rentals, and it was about 30 minutes from the closest paved road. You could only reach it by a narrow dirt trail that twisted through miles of woods. The cabin looked old in the photos, but clean. It had a wood stove, a little cot, and a rainwater collection system. No electricity, no cell signal. I packed everything I thought I'd need. Freeze-dried food, extra water, a sleeping bag, fire-starting supplies, a knife, a flashlight, a backup battery-powered lantern, and a first aid kit. I even brought a book I'd been meaning to read for years. I was ready for quiet. The drive there took almost 9 hours from where I lived in Indiana. The last hour was slow and nerve-wracking because the trail was rutted and barely wide enough for my SUV. Branches scraped the sides, and once I had to get out to move a fallen tree limb. But eventually, I made it. The cabin was even more isolated than I'd imagined. No signs of people, no power lines, not even trash. Just woods. I unlocked the door using the key left in a small lockbox under the steps. Inside, it was bare but not dirty. Wooden walls, a table, one chair, a cot with a mattress that looked like it was from the 80s but smelled clean enough. There were some shelves stocked with candles, a few books, and an axe leaned up in the corner. Felt like stepping back in time. I unpacked, lit a small fire in the stove to warm the place up, and sat outside for a while just listening. It was dead quiet except for the trees creaking now and then. I didn't see any animals, not even birds. I figured they were just hiding or that maybe I was too high up in elevation. That first night, I slept okay. The fire kept the place warm enough, and I'd brought an insulated sleeping bag that could handle cold temperatures. I woke up a couple of times to pee and stepped outside with a flashlight. The trees looked different in the dark. Not spooky, just huge and still. When I turned off the flashlight for a second to test how dark it was, I literally couldn't see my hand in front of my face. The next day, I made breakfast, if you can call pouring boiling water into a freeze-dried meal breakfast. Then I explored around the cabin, walking maybe a mile out in each direction. There wasn't a trail or path, just dense trees and uneven ground. I marked trees with a piece of chalk I brought so I wouldn't get lost. Every direction looked the same, though. Pines, birches, some rocky outcrops, and the ground was soft with moss and layers of dead leaves. I didn't see any people or even animals again. By the third day, I started to feel a bit off. Not scared, just like something was wrong, but I couldn't explain what. I kept waking up at night for no reason. I'd just sit up wide awake like someone had shouted my name, but it was always dead quiet. I figured maybe my body was just adjusting to the silence. In the city, there's always some kind of background noise. Out here, it was just nothing. On the fourth night, something changed. I'd gone to bed around 10, same routine as usual. Fire in the stove, lantern turned off, door locked. Around 2 in the morning, I woke up again, but this time it wasn't quiet. I heard what I thought was a branch snapping, not like a twig, but something thick. Then nothing. I sat there in the dark, heart pounding. A few minutes later, I heard it again. Another loud crack, like something heavy stepping on frozen wood. I waited. No more sounds. I reached for the flashlight and clicked it on, sweeping the room. Still alone. I slipped on my boots and stepped outside. The cold hit me right away, but I barely noticed it. I shined the flashlight around the trees, but nothing moved. No eyes reflected back. Nothing. I stayed out there for maybe 10 minutes listening before heading back inside. I didn't sleep much the rest of the night. That morning, I walked in the direction where I thought the sound had come from. The woods were normal, still quiet, but about 30 yards out, I found something strange. It was a dead rabbit freshly killed. No blood, no visible wounds, just lying on its side like it had dropped dead mid-hop. I crouched down and poked it with a stick. Stiff but not frozen. Eyes open. That's when I realized how still the forest was. No bird calls, no wind, just total silence. I walked back slowly, checking behind me every so often. I don't know why, it just felt like I should. Back at the cabin, I felt uneasy. The kind of feeling you get when you've left your door unlocked in a bad neighborhood. I double-checked the door lock and sat inside for hours, reading and trying to ignore the sense that something was off. I kept glancing out the windows without realizing I was doing it. That night, I barely slept. Around 1, I heard something again. This time it was softer, like shuffling. I got up and listened at the door. The sound stopped. I waited. 5 minutes, maybe more. Then it started again. Shuffling, slow, like footsteps, but not on the porch, out in the woods, circling. I turned the lantern on and sat there, staring at the door. Eventually, the sound stopped. I stayed up until dawn. When the sun finally came up, I went outside again. I looked for tracks. The ground was soft, so if anything had walked nearby, it should have left something. But there was nothing, not even animal prints. I started to wonder if I was going crazy. Maybe the isolation was getting to me. Maybe the sounds were just in my head, but they felt real. I stayed close to the cabin that day. I chopped some wood, tried to act normal. Around sunset, I noticed something else strange. The axe I'd left leaned up by the wall outside was gone. I looked all around the cabin, thinking maybe it had fallen over or I'd moved it without thinking. But it was just gone. That was the tipping point for me. I decided I'd leave the next morning. I packed up what I could that night and set everything near the door. I kept the lantern on and didn't even try to sleep. Around midnight, the shuffling started again. This time, it came closer. I could hear footsteps on the porch. Slow, careful. Then a soft tap, like a finger brushing the wood near the door. Then silence. I didn't move. I didn't even breathe. I just stared at the door. My heart was pounding so hard I thought it might give me away. Then, footsteps again, walking off the porch, into the woods. I waited another hour before I turned the lantern off. At first light, I loaded the SUV and started driving. I didn't stop. I didn't even look in the rearview mirror. The trail was rough and I hit more than a few branches, but I didn't care. I just wanted to get out of there. Once I got cell signal, I checked in to the nearest motel I could find. I didn't tell anyone about what happened. I didn't have anything to show. Nothing really happened, I guess. No one broke in. I didn't see anyone. I didn't get hurt, but it felt wrong. Weeks later, I got an email from the rental site asking for a review. I ignored it. A few days after that, I saw the cabin had been taken off the listing. I don't know why. I still think about that trip sometimes. About the rabbit. About the sounds. About the missing ex. I don't think it was supernatural. I think someone was out there, maybe watching, maybe just messing with me, or maybe something worse. Either way, I never went back and I never will. I learned something on that trip. Sometimes being alone in the woods is peaceful, but sometimes it's not. Sometimes it means there's no one around to help if something goes wrong. And sometimes being completely alone doesn't mean you're really alone. I had been planning this trip for months. The idea was simple. A few days alone in a remote cabin, deep in the woods, away from the noise of the city and the pressure of everyday life. I wanted to disconnect, to clear my head, and maybe even write a little. I'd rented the cabin through an online site that specialized in rural getaways. The photos showed a small, sturdy cabin surrounded by thick forest, with a small stream nearby. No electricity, no internet, just wood and nature. I packed carefully, making sure I had everything I needed. Enough food for 4 days, water, a small propane stove, a flashlight with extra batteries, a first aid kit, and my old camping gear. The cabin was about 2 hours' drive from the nearest town, so I filled the gas tank before I left and took a detailed map in case GPS failed. I don't like being too reliant on technology, especially when going into the woods. The drive was long but peaceful. The roads narrowed as I got closer, turning into gravel and then dirt. Trees grew thick on both sides, casting long shadows even in the late afternoon. When I finally pulled up to the small clearing where the cabin stood, I felt a mix of relief and excitement. The place was even more isolated than I expected. I turned off the car and sat for a moment, letting the silence settle around me. The cabin itself was small but well built. Rough-cut logs made up the walls, and the roof looked solid. There was a small porch with a couple of wooden chairs and a fire pit just beyond it. The windows were covered with curtains, and the door had a simple latch lock. I unlocked it and stepped inside. The inside smelled of old wood and a faint trace of pine. There was a small wood stove in the corner, a table with 2 chairs, and a single bed pushed against the wall. A small shelf held a few cans of food and some basic utensils. I unpacked my things and started a fire in the stove. The warmth filled the room quickly, and I felt my muscles relax. I sat down at the table with a cup of coffee, staring out the window at the trees. The forest was dense and dark, and I could hear birds and the faint rustling of leaves in the wind. It felt good to be alone. That first night passed quietly. I slept well, wrapped in a thick blanket, with the wood stove keeping the room warm. The only sounds were the occasional snap of a branch outside or the call of an owl in the distance. I woke up early the next morning, feeling refreshed. After a quick breakfast, I decided to explore the area around the cabin. The woods were beautiful in the daylight. Tall trees stretched up to the sky, and the ground was covered with moss and fallen leaves. A narrow path led away from the cabin, winding along the stream. I followed it for a while, enjoying the sound of running water and the fresh air. I noticed small animal tracks in the mud, maybe deer or raccoons. The forest was alive but quiet. As the day went on, I felt more relaxed than I had in months. I collected some firewood, refilled my water bottles from the stream after filtering it, and started writing some notes about the experience. The cabin was simple, but it was exactly what I needed. That night, I sat by the fire pit outside, watching the flames flicker against the dark sky. The stars were bright and clear, and the silence was almost complete except for the occasional sound of insects and distant animals. I felt calm, almost peaceful. I went back inside, stoked the fire in the stove, and got ready for bed. Then things started to feel different. It began as a small unease. I couldn't put my finger on it at first, but something felt off. Maybe it was the silence or the isolation, or just the fact that I was so alone. I tried to ignore it and focused on reading a book by the firelight. Around midnight, I heard a noise outside. At first, I thought it was an animal, maybe a deer or a raccoon rummaging near the cabin. But the sound was different. A soft scraping, like something heavy being dragged across the ground. I froze, listening closely. The scraping moved slowly, circling the cabin, then stopping. I felt my heart rate quicken. I grabbed my flashlight and quietly opened the door. The night air was cold and crisp. I swept the beam around the clearing. Nothing. No animals, no movement except the trees swaying gently in the wind. I closed the door and locked it. My hands shook slightly as I sat back down. I told myself it was probably just a branch falling or an animal, nothing more. But sleep didn't come easily after that. Over the next day, the feeling grew stronger. I kept hearing noises outside, footsteps crunching on leaves, twigs snapping, soft thumps against the cabin walls. Every time I went outside to check, there was nothing there. No footprints, no signs of people or animals nearby. I stayed close to the cabin, avoiding the deeper woods. I made sure to keep the fire going in the stove, even when I wasn't cold. I didn't want to be caught off guard. On the third night, things got worse. The noises outside became louder, more deliberate. I heard heavy breathing, low grunts, and something that sounded like dragging heavy objects over the dirt. I was too scared to open the door. At one point, I heard something hit the cabin wall hard. A solid thud followed by the sound of nails scratching wood. I jumped up and grabbed my camping knife, holding it tightly as I moved toward the door. I didn't open it but pressed my ear against it, trying to hear more. Then I heard a voice, low, rough, and angry. It was a man's voice, shouting unintelligible words, loud enough to echo through the forest. My heart pounded in my chest. I backed away, nearly dropping the knife. Whoever was out there wasn't a wild animal. It was a person, and they sounded angry. I realized then that someone was stalking me. The idea terrified me, but I forced myself to stay calm. I locked all the windows and doors, blocked the porch with a heavy chair, and sat in the darkest corner of the cabin with my phone, even though I had no signal. I thought about making a run for it, but the forest was thick and dark, and I had no idea where I was exactly. Hours passed like that, with the man yelling outside, pounding on the walls and trying to break in. At some point, the shouting stopped, and silence returned. I stayed awake all night, gripping my knife and listening for any movement. When dawn finally broke, I cautiously opened the door. The clearing was empty, but the ground was disturbed. There were footprints all around the cabin, heavy boots, large, and deep in the soft earth. I also saw marks where someone had tried to pry the door open. I packed quickly, grabbing my essentials and the car keys. Before leaving, I took pictures of the footprints and damage just in case. I started the car and drove away as fast as I could, not stopping until I reached the main road. Back in town, I reported the incident to the local sheriff. They told me that there had been several reports of a man living rough in the nearby woods, someone unstable who had been scaring campers and hikers. Apparently, the man was known to act violently if approached. They assured me they would increase patrols and search the area. I never went back to that cabin. The experience shook me, but I kept thinking about it. The woods aren't always safe, even if no monsters or ghosts are there. Sometimes the scariest things are just other people, lost and dangerous, hiding in the dark where no one can see them clearly. It took me a long time to process what happened. I realized how vulnerable I had been, alone and unprepared for human threat instead of wildlife or weather. I also understood that nature, as beautiful as it is, can hide dangers beyond just animals or the elements. After that trip, I made a few changes. I started telling friends and family exactly where I'd be going, even on short trips. I invested in a satellite phone and took self-defense classes. I learned to respect the woods more, but also to respect the fact that other people might be there too, and they aren't always friendly. Looking back, the cabin trip was meant to be an escape, a way to find peace. Instead, it became a lesson in caution and awareness. The silence of the forest isn't always quiet. Sometimes it's waiting, I never thought I would end up in a place like that cabin, deep in the woods, with nothing but the quiet and the trees around me. It was supposed to be a weekend escape from the city, a break from the constant noise and stress of work. I was desperate for some peace, some fresh air, something different from the crowded streets and the endless buzz of screens. The cabin was far from everything, the kind of place you find by accident or from an old listing that looks like it hasn't been touched in years. When I first arrived, the air felt colder than I expected for that time of year, a sharp chill that cut through my jacket. The trees were tall and thick, the forest floor carpeted with dry leaves and fallen branches. I could see small animals scurrying away as I walked the short dirt path from my car to the cabin. It was wooden, small, and looked like it had been built decades ago. The paint was faded, the windows dusty but intact, and the porch sagged slightly on one side. It wasn't fancy, but it had that old cabin charm I had been craving. Inside, the cabin smelled like damp wood and something faintly musty, like it hadn't been aired out in a while. The furniture was basic, an old wooden table with chairs, a small couch, a fireplace with a stack of wood beside it, and a tiny kitchen area with a rusted stove and a few cupboards. There was a small bedroom with a thin mattress on a creaky bed frame, and a tiny bathroom with a clawfoot tub and a sink with chipped enamel. No electricity, no phone signal, no internet. Just a lantern and some candles on the windowsills. That was the point. I wanted to disconnect. The first day was peaceful. I unpacked a few things, started a fire in the fireplace, and sat by the window watching the forest outside. The quiet was thick, almost heavy. No cars, no planes, just the occasional bird or squirrel. I didn't mind the silence, though it felt different, like the kind of silence that listens back. As night fell, the temperature dropped quickly. I wrapped myself in a thick blanket and kept the fire going, the crackling flames the only sound inside. Outside, the wind picked up, shaking the tree branches and sending leaves fluttering down. The dark seemed to press against the windows, the forest beyond disappearing into blackness. I had planned to sleep early, but I found myself restless. The creaks and groans of the cabin settling were louder than I expected. Every little noise seemed amplified. The scraping of a branch against the window, the soft scuttle of something outside, maybe a raccoon or a fox. I told myself it was nothing, but the hairs on my neck stood on end. The cabin had no lock on the door, only a rusty latch. I made sure to secure it as best I could, but that didn't stop the uneasy feeling from creeping in. I stayed awake longer than I planned, staring at the shadows cast by the firelight. That's when I first noticed the footprints. In the morning, after a restless night, I stepped outside to find fresh prints in the soft dirt just beyond the porch. They looked human, but oddly spaced, as if someone was walking carefully or limping. The prints didn't lead far, just a few steps before disappearing into the thick underbrush. I felt a jolt of fear, but told myself it was probably a hunter or someone passing by. After all, the woods were popular for hiking and hunting in the fall. Still, I felt watched. The day passed slowly. I collected firewood, fetched water from a nearby stream, and explored a little around the cabin. The forest was dense, filled with twisted branches and thick bushes. I kept seeing signs of animals, broken twigs, scattered leaves, droppings, but no people. The sun was bright, but the trees made everything dim and greenish. That night was worse. The wind had died down, but the silence was so complete it felt unnatural. I kept hearing noises, subtle and strange. Scratches on the walls, faint thuds upstairs, like footsteps or something being dragged. The cabin was small, only one floor, but I kept glancing at the ceiling, half expecting something to fall through. I tried to keep calm, telling myself I was imagining things, that the old cabin was just making noises. But the unease grew. I checked the latch on the door several times, even though it was locked tight. I lit every candle I had and sat close to the fire, clutching a heavy metal flashlight. That's when I saw the shadow at the window. At first, I thought it was a trick of the light, a branch moving in the wind. But then it moved too deliberately, like a person crouched just outside the window watching me. I froze, heart pounding so hard I thought it would burst out of my chest. The shadow vanished, leaving only the rustling of leaves behind. I didn't sleep again that night. In the morning, I found more footprints outside, this time on the other side of the cabin. They were fresher and more numerous, like someone had been pacing back and forth all night. The prints were definitely human, too big for a kid but not like a hunter's boot. I studied them closely and noticed something disturbing. The prints ended abruptly at a small clearing in the woods, right where the ground was trampled down as if someone had been sitting or kneeling there. I stayed near the cabin the rest of the day, trying not to let my fear show. I spent hours trying to start a stronger fire, cooking some canned food over the stove, and even reading a book I had brought. But my mind was elsewhere. I kept hearing noises in the forest. The crunching of leaves, twigs snapping, soft shuffles just out of sight. At one point, I thought I heard a voice calling my name, faint and distant. I told myself it was the wind or my imagination. That night, I decided I wouldn't stay in the cabin again. I gathered my things quietly, packing essentials like my water bottle, flashlight, and jacket. The fire had burned low, and the candles were flickering out. I kept the heavy flashlight in my hand, ready to use it if I needed. I planned to leave as soon as the sky was light enough. But then the power of being alone hit me fully. The silence wasn't just quiet anymore. It was oppressive. The walls of the cabin felt like they were closing in. I realized I was terrified not just of the forest, but of the idea of someone watching me, waiting outside, silent and unseen. I tried to stay calm. I checked the latch on the door one last time, then stepped outside. The air was crisp and cold. I scanned the perimeter carefully. The footprints were still there, but no other signs of anyone near. The forest looked the same, quiet except for the faint sound of birds waking. I took a deep breath and started walking toward my car. The path back was longer and harder to see in the early morning light. I kept glancing over my shoulder, half expecting to see a figure in the trees. About halfway through the path, I heard it, the unmistakable sound of footsteps behind me. Slow, deliberate steps on dry leaves. I didn't dare look back, just kept walking faster, heart pounding. The steps quickened too. I started to run, pushing through bushes and dodging branches. My breath came in ragged gasps. The cabin was still a good distance behind, but I knew my car was just ahead. Then I tripped on a root and fell hard, scraping my hands and knees. Pain flared sharply, but I scrambled up immediately. The footsteps were closer now, crunching over the leaves and dirt. I didn't know who or what was chasing me, but I knew I couldn't stop. I ran the last few yards, throwing myself into my car and locking the doors. The engine roared to life, and I peeled out of the parking area, the tires kicking up dirt. I didn't stop driving until I was on a paved road, with streetlights and houses and the safe hum of civilization around me. After that, I never went back to the cabin or the woods nearby. The fear stayed with me for days, the feeling of being watched and followed. I couldn't shake the memory of those footsteps in the dark, the shadow at the window, the prints circling my cabin. Looking back, I realized how vulnerable I was out there alone, in a place where no one could hear me scream. The forest isn't just quiet, it can be watching. And sometimes that watching isn't friendly. I want to tell you about a trip I took one summer to a remote cabin in the woods. It started as a simple getaway, a chance to be alone with nothing but the sounds of nature. I had been looking forward to some time away from the city, away from people and noise. What happened that week changed how I see things, and it's not a story I share often. It's long and filled with details, but that's because every part of it mattered. The cabin wasn't fancy or modern. It was an old structure built from logs, sitting near a small lake that reflected the dense forest all around it. The road leading up to the cabin was a narrow dirt path, lined with tall pine trees that blocked most of the sunlight. The air smelled of earth and pine needles, fresh but heavy with moisture. The place had been rented through a small, local agency that managed a few cabins in the area, and I was told it was quiet and isolated, perfect for someone wanting to get away. I arrived late in the afternoon, carrying my bags and a cooler filled with food and water. The sun was already low, casting long shadows across the forest floor. The cabin was simple, One large room with a small kitchen area, a wood stove, and a loft for sleeping. There was no electricity, only a few oil lamps and candles. A bucket outside served as a makeshift bathroom, and the lake was the source of water, which I was told to boil before use. I was used to roughing it, so this wasn't a problem. After unpacking, I decided to explore the surroundings. The trees were thick and close, the forest floor soft and covered in fallen leaves, pine cones, and small branches. The lake was still and dark, its surface broken only by the occasional ripple of a fish or a bird landing nearby. The silence was complete except for the occasional call of a distant bird or the rustle of a squirrel darting through the underbrush. I felt a strange calm that evening as I walked along the shore, watching the sky turn from orange to dark blue. Night came quickly. Without the usual city lights, the stars were bright and numerous. I lit a few candles and settled in with a book. The wood stove kept the cabin warm, and I felt content to be so disconnected from everything. Then, around midnight, I noticed something strange. A sudden noise outside. At first, I thought it was an animal, but it was different. A heavy thud, followed by scraping sounds on the wooden walls of the cabin. My heart started beating faster. I stayed quiet and still, trying to tell myself it was just the wind or maybe a branch hitting the cabin. The forest can be full of odd sounds, after all, but the noises kept coming, slow and deliberate, like something was trying to move around the outside of the cabin. I grabbed a flashlight and slowly moved to the door. When I stepped outside, the air was cold and sharp, and the only light was from the moon. The forest looked peaceful, but I could hear faint footsteps on the dirt path leading away from the cabin. I followed the path for a short distance but saw nothing unusual. The sounds stopped, and the night returned to its quiet state. I walked back inside, locked the door, and tried to calm down. Maybe I was just imagining things. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was out there watching me. The next day, I spent time fishing by the lake and collecting firewood. The sun was bright, and the woods seemed less intimidating in the daylight. But as evening came, I noticed signs of disturbance around the cabin. Footprints in the dirt near the door, fresh and distinct, not from any animal I knew. They looked like human footprints, boots, or heavy shoes. I didn't recognize the pattern, and the size was larger than mine. I checked the locks and windows again. Everything seemed secure, but I knew someone had been there, near the cabin. My mind raced with questions. Was someone living nearby? Had they followed me? I was alone in this forest, miles from any town. My phone had no signal. I couldn't call for help. I spent the rest of the day preparing. I gathered rocks and sticks, thinking I could defend myself if needed. I found a sturdy branch to keep by my side. At night, I didn't sleep well. Every noise startled me. Branches snapping, leaves rustling, distant animal calls sounded different. The forest didn't feel friendly anymore. On the third day, I went for a longer walk to clear my head. I wanted to find any signs of other people or maybe a ranger station or a trail. The trees were dense and the ground uneven. I followed the lake's shore until it curved around a small hill. There, I found an old, abandoned campsite, a rusted fire pit, a broken tent frame, and scraps of trash. It looked like it hadn't been used for years, but nearby, I saw fresh marks on the trees, scratches made recently with something sharp. Not deep, but deliberate in a pattern I couldn't understand. I took photos with my phone, hoping to analyze them later. My unease grew. Whoever was out here had been around longer than I thought. That night, the noises came again, louder and closer. Something was circling the cabin, stepping carefully but with purpose. I could hear breathing, low and slow, outside the walls. I held the branch tight, waiting for dawn. When the sun finally rose, I left the cabin. I walked toward the dirt road, hoping to find a car or someone. The forest was still and quiet again. But about halfway down the path, I saw fresh tire tracks in the mud, leading off the road into the woods. The tracks were too small for a big truck, but bigger than a regular car. I followed the tracks a short way before they disappeared into a narrow trail I hadn't noticed before. The trail twisted deeper into the forest, and I knew that if I kept going, I would be even more lost. I turned back to the road, planning to stay near the cabin for the rest of the day and then leave first thing the next morning. That evening, the noises changed. Instead of footsteps, I heard something dragging along the ground, slow and heavy, like a large piece of metal being pulled through dirt and leaves. It moved around the cabin several times, never stopping, always just out of sight when I tried to look outside. Sleep became impossible. I stayed awake all night, pacing the cabin, clutching the branch, watching the windows. The candles flickered in the cold drafts coming through the cracks in the walls. The forest seemed alive in a way I hadn't felt before. Not with animals or wind, but with something watching, waiting. On the fourth day, I decided I had to get out. I packed quickly, gathering all my belongings. I took extra water and some food, just in case. I checked every window and door again, making sure they were locked, but I didn't feel safe. I kept looking over my shoulder as I stepped outside. The dirt road was empty, but the tire tracks were still there, fresh in the soft ground. As I walked faster toward the main road, I noticed something odd. Marks on the trees along the path. Strange symbols carved with a knife or something sharp. They didn't make sense to me, but they were repeated at regular intervals, almost like signs or warnings. My heart pounded as I kept moving. I reached the main dirt road, where the forest opened up a little. I could see the sunlight better here, but the feeling of being watched didn't go away. I walked all afternoon, hoping to find a house or some kind of road that led to a town. Just as I started to feel exhausted, I spotted a vehicle parked near a small clearing. It was an old pickup truck with mud splattered on the tires and windows. No one was around, but the engine was warm. I stepped closer and saw fresh footprints leading into the woods. I didn't want to follow, but I felt I needed to know what was going on. I traced the footprints for a short distance and found a small cabin, even older than mine. It looked like someone was living there, hidden deep in the forest. The door was slightly open. I called out, but there was no answer. Inside, the place was dark and smelled of damp wood and smoke. There were signs of recent use, food wrappers, empty bottles, and a worn sleeping bag. On a table, I found a notebook filled with writings, but the pages were smeared and hard to read. The more I looked, the more I realized this person had been living off the grid for a long time, avoiding contact with the outside world. Some of the notes were strange, paranoid thoughts about being watched and followed. It made me realize I wasn't the first to feel hunted out here. I left the cabin and hurried back to the truck. I started the engine and drove back toward the main highway, eager to leave the forest behind. The sun was setting as I finally reached a small town where I could get help. Looking back, I never found out exactly who had been near my cabin or what they wanted. The forest holds many secrets, and some are better left undiscovered. But that trip taught me to respect nature's power and unpredictability. Sometimes, the scariest things are not monsters or ghosts, but the unknown people and dangers that hide in the wilderness, waiting quietly in the shadows. From that day on, I avoid isolated places like that. I still love the outdoors, but I make sure I'm never truly alone. The woods are beautiful, but they can also be dangerous in ways you don't expect, and the silence at night can be filled with threats far more real than any ghost story. I'm grateful I made it out safe and learned that lesson before it was too late. It was late October when I finally decided to take some time off work. My job had been draining me for months, and I felt like I was running on fumes. The pressure, the non-stop emails, the deadlines. I couldn't keep up anymore. I needed to get away from the city, from people, from everything. A friend of mine had once mentioned a quiet rental cabin deep in the Upper Peninsula of Michigan, not far from Lake Superior, surrounded by woods and miles away from the nearest town. He said it was basic, no internet, no TV, just a place to disappear for a while. That sounded perfect. The drive took almost 10 hours. By the time I got there, it was already getting dark. The last hour of the drive was through a dense forest with no streetlights. My GPS lost signal halfway through that part, and I had to rely on some printed directions I had scribbled down before leaving. The dirt road that led to the cabin was narrow and barely maintained. I had to drive slow to avoid the deep ruts and potholes. Fallen leaves covered most of the ground, making the road even harder to see. The cabin itself was a small one-story structure made of weathered logs. It sat about 50 yards off the dirt road, tucked into the trees. There was a small gravel clearing in front of it where I parked my car. The cabin had a covered porch with 2 old rocking chairs and a single yellow porch light that flickered when I turned it on. Inside, it smelled like old wood and dust. There was a stone fireplace in the center of the main room, a small kitchenette in the corner, a table with 2 chairs, and a single bedroom with a queen-sized bed and a dresser. There was a bathroom too, but the plumbing was basic. No hot water, just cold from a pump well outside. Still, it was good enough for me. I spent the first couple of days doing nothing. I slept in, made simple meals on the gas stove, and read books I hadn't touched in years. I'd walk through the woods in the afternoon, breathing the cold fall air and letting the silence settle into me. The forest was peaceful. The only sounds were the occasional bird, rustling leaves, and distant cracking of branches under deer hooves. I didn't see anyone else. Not a car, not a person walking, not even a plane overhead. It was total isolation. On the 3rd day, I started to feel like I was finally unwinding. I made a habit of hiking different trails I found branching off the area around the cabin. Some of them were old logging paths, others probably just deer trails, but they went deep into the woods. I carried a backpack with some snacks, a small first aid kit, a flashlight, and my phone even though it had no service. I also carried a folding knife just in case. I wasn't really worried about wild animals, but it made me feel better. One trail went further out than the others, leading up a ridge where the trees thinned out and I could see over the forest canopy. From there, I spotted what looked like a clearing far off to the north. It was hard to tell exactly what it was, but I made a mental note to try and reach it another day. That night, something woke me up. I don't know what time it was, maybe 2 or 3 in the morning. The fire in the fireplace had burned down to embers, and the room was cold. I got up to add more wood and noticed the sound that had stirred me. It was faint at first, like a soft scraping or shuffling. I froze and listened. It wasn't coming from inside the cabin. It was outside. I went to the window and looked out. The porch light was off. I was sure I had left it on. I stepped out of the bedroom slowly, careful not to make any noise. I moved to the front door and listened again. The sound had stopped. I stayed there for a minute or 2, then decided to let it go. Probably just a raccoon or a possum. I went back to bed but didn't fall asleep for a while. The next morning, I went outside to see if I could find any tracks. The ground was covered in leaves, so there wasn't much to see. Still, near the front steps, I noticed something. Some of the leaves looked disturbed, pushed aside in a way that suggested something had been walking there. Could have been an animal, but the spacing was odd, almost like someone had been walking slowly back and forth. I didn't like that. I tried to shake it off and told myself I was being paranoid. That day, I decided to head toward the clearing I had seen from the ridge. Took over an hour to get there. I had to push through underbrush and climb over fallen trees. When I finally reached it, I realized it wasn't a natural clearing. It looked like an old homestead. There were pieces of rotted wood scattered around, the collapsed remains of a small cabin or shed. Rusted metal debris was half buried in the dirt. I even saw what looked like the frame of an old rusted-out truck. The weird part was that someone had been there recently. I saw fresh boot prints in the soft dirt near the old structure. Not mine, too big, and they weren't old. They were sharp and clean. Whoever made them had been here after the last rain, which was just 2 days ago. That unsettled me. It meant someone else was out here, someone wandering around these woods like I was. Maybe a hunter or another hiker. Still, I didn't like not knowing who it was. I left the clearing quickly and made my way back, checking over my shoulder more than once. That night, I kept the fireplace going longer and made sure all the windows were locked. The next couple of days, I stayed closer to the cabin. I didn't go hiking. I kept feeling like I was being watched. I'd hear branches snapping in the woods or see movement out of the corner of my eye. I told myself it was just animals, but deep down, I knew something was off. Then one night it got worse. I woke up again around the same time. There was no sound this time, just a feeling. A heavy, gut-deep feeling that something was wrong. I got up and checked the window. The porch light was out again. I went to the front door and stood there, listening. That's when I heard it. Breathing. Slow, steady breathing. Not mine. Not an animal panting or snorting. It was right outside the door. I didn't move. I just stood there, heart pounding so hard I thought it might burst. The breathing continued for maybe 30 seconds, then stopped. I waited another 5 minutes before moving. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. The next morning, I checked around the cabin. Same thing, disturbed leaves near the porch. I also found something new. On the side of the cabin, scratched into the wood with what looked like a knife, was a single word. Leave. That was it. Just that. Deep, uneven scratches like someone had been shaking while they carved it. That was enough for me. I packed up my things and left by mid-morning. I didn't even bother cleaning up. I just got in the car and drove. My hands didn't stop shaking until I hit the main road. I never found out who had been out there. I didn't report it. What was I going to say? That someone might have been watching me in the woods? That someone scratched a word into the cabin? There were no cameras, no proof. Just a growing fear that had been building for days. I got home and went back to work the next week. On the outside, everything went back to normal, but I've never felt the same since. I don't go into the woods alone anymore. I don't stay in isolated places, and I never, ever leave my porch light off, because whoever was out there, they wanted me gone, and I don't think I was the first person they watched, and I might not be the last. I never thought a simple weekend getaway would turn into one of the scariest experiences of my life. The whole thing started with me needing a break. Life had been a mess for months. Work stress, personal problems, constant noise in my head, and I just wanted to get away from everything for a couple of days. No phone, no internet, no people. Just me and the woods. I found a small cabin online, way out in the middle of nowhere, not far from a tiny town I had never heard of before. The pictures looked perfect. Old but solid, surrounded by tall trees, close to a lake. I booked it right away without thinking much. The price was good, and the reviews said it was quiet and peaceful. That's what I wanted. The drive out there was long. I left early in the morning, packing my car with food, water, some books, a flashlight, a first aid kit, and a few extra blankets. The road got smaller and rougher as I got closer, twisting through thick forest, the kind that makes you feel like you're the only person on Earth. By the time I reached the dirt road leading to the cabin, the sun was already getting low. I parked near the small clearing where the cabin sat, its wooden walls stained dark with age but sturdy. The front porch was covered in dry leaves and pine needles. There was no electricity, no phone signal, nothing. Just the quiet and the smell of damp wood and earth. I felt a little thrill at that. Exactly the kind of escape I wanted. Inside, the cabin was simple. A small living room with an old wood stove, a kitchen with a few basic dishes and utensils, a bed in one corner covered with a thick quilt, and a bathroom with a cold water tap. No heat except the stove, no TV, no internet. I liked that. It felt real, like a place frozen in time. I unpacked my things, started a fire in the stove, and settled in. That night, after dinner, I sat by the fire reading a book. The wind outside made the trees creak and sigh, and occasionally I heard small sounds. A branch breaking, a bird calling, the rustle of animals moving in the dark. It was peaceful but also a little unsettling. I wasn't used to being so alone, so quiet. I tried not to think about it. I went to bed early, feeling tired from the drive. The bed was firm but comfortable. Outside, the wind had picked up, and the sound of the trees against the cabin walls was louder now, like something knocking. I thought about the stories you hear about people getting lost or worse in places like this, but told myself to relax. I was safe here. Then I heard it, a sharp sound, like someone stepping on dry leaves right outside the cabin. It was faint but close, just beyond the porch. I froze. My heart jumped. I told myself it was probably a deer or some other animal. The forest was full of life. Still, I sat up in bed and listened. The footsteps came again, slow and deliberate, moving around the cabin. Then silence. I stayed awake for hours, flashlight by my side, listening for any more sounds. Nothing. The wind died down, and the forest quieted. I finally drifted off, though sleep was restless. The next day, I decided to explore the area around the cabin. I packed a small bag with water, some snacks, my phone, even though I knew the signal was weak, and a map I printed from online. I walked down a narrow trail that led through the woods toward the lake. The sun was shining, and birds were singing. The forest seemed friendly again. The trail was rough, covered in roots and rocks, and I had to be careful not to trip. After about an hour, I reached the edge of the lake. It was beautiful, clear water surrounded by tall pine trees. There was a small dock, old and rickety, but still standing. I sat on the dock's edge, dangling my feet in the cool water, watching the sun reflect off the surface. I felt calm for a while, letting the quiet wash over me. But then I noticed something strange. Across the lake, among the trees, I saw a small figure moving. At first, I thought it was just a trick of the light or a bird, but it was definitely a person. They were wearing dark clothes and walking along the shore, just out of sight behind the trees. I watched for a few minutes, but the figure disappeared. I didn't hear any voices or sounds from that side of the lake. It made me uneasy. I turned back toward the cabin. On the way back, I stayed on the trail but kept looking over my shoulder. The woods suddenly felt less friendly, like eyes were watching me from the shadows. I tried to convince myself it was just paranoia. After all, I was alone and away from everything. That always makes you nervous. Back at the cabin, I locked the door and checked the windows. Nothing was out of place. I had left everything exactly as I found it. I made dinner on the stove and sat by the fire again, trying to shake the uneasy feeling. That night, I heard the footsteps again, louder this time. They circled the cabin, slow and steady. I wasn't sure if whoever it was just walking or if they were watching me. I stayed very still, holding my breath, waiting for the sound to stop. It went on for maybe 10 minutes before fading away into the night. I thought about calling the police, but I didn't have a signal, and the cabin was so far from town, I wasn't sure anyone would come fast enough. I decided to be cautious. I grabbed my hunting knife from the kitchen drawer and kept it by my bed. The next morning, I noticed something else. The back door of the cabin was slightly ajar. I was sure I had locked it the night before. My heart sank. Whoever had been outside must have tried to get in. I didn't find anything missing, but the idea that someone had been close enough to touch the door terrified me. I spent the day on edge, checking all the locks, barricading the doors with a heavy chair, and making sure I had my knife ready at all times. I didn't leave the cabin except to check the perimeter quickly. There were footprints in the dirt near the back door, big, heavy steps, and they disappeared into the woods. That night, I barely slept. Every sound made me jump. At one point, I thought I heard whispering outside, but it was probably the wind playing tricks on me. The footsteps came again, moving around the cabin, slower this time. I was too scared to move, too scared to look outside. I stayed awake all night, sitting by the fire, gripping my knife. The next morning, I decided I couldn't stay any longer. I packed as quickly as I could, trying not to think about what might be outside waiting for me. I locked up, loaded my car, and started driving back toward town. On the way, I stopped at the local gas station to ask if anyone had reported anything strange around the cabin area. The clerk, an older man with tired eyes, told me that people sometimes go missing out there or find their campsites ransacked, but no one knew why. He mentioned that the forest was known for illegal hunters and people who liked to scare campers for fun. That explained the footsteps and the broken locks. Someone had been watching me, maybe even trying to intimidate me. The thought made my stomach churn. I left without another word, my hands shaking on the wheel. I didn't stop until I was back in the city, surrounded by noise, people, and the safety of light. In the days after, I couldn't stop thinking about what happened. I realized that the woods weren't just peaceful and quiet. They could be dangerous, and not because of ghosts or anything supernatural, but because of people. People who didn't care about others' safety, who liked to play games with fear. That trip taught me something important. Being alone in nature isn't always safe. The biggest dangers aren't from animals or the weather, but from other humans. I'm never going back to that cabin. I don't want to take the chance of running into whoever was out there. I still remember the sound of those footsteps circling the cabin, slow and steady, like a predator stalking its prey. It's a sound I hope I never hear again. Now, when I go camping or hiking, I take extra precautions. I always tell someone where I'm going, I bring a GPS tracker, and I avoid places that feel too isolated. I've learned to respect the forest, but I've also learned to respect the people who live nearby, or sometimes those who don't but still come there with bad intentions. The woods will always be beautiful, but they're not a place for naive trust. You have to be alert, you have to be ready, and sometimes you just have to get out before it's too late. I had been looking forward to this trip for months. After years of working in a noisy, windowless warehouse, I finally saved enough money to take 2 weeks off. I rented a small cabin deep in the Appalachian Mountains, about an hour from the nearest town. The place was isolated, surrounded by nothing but trees, thick brush, and winding dirt roads that looked like they hadn't been maintained in years. That was exactly what I wanted. No distractions, no people, just silence and fresh air. The cabin was about as basic as they come. It was made of old timber, weathered gray from years of rain and snow. It had 1 bedroom, a tiny kitchen, a bathroom with an old clawfoot tub, and a wood-burning stove in the center of the living area. There was no cell service, no TV, no internet. The closest neighbor was maybe 2 miles away, and I hadn't seen a single soul since I left the main road. I brought all the food I'd need, a few books, and some tools just in case anything needed fixing. The first few days were peaceful. I spent time hiking the surrounding trails, sitting on the porch listening to birds, and chopping wood. I kept a small journal and wrote about the sounds I heard at night. The cracking of branches, the rustling of leaves, the distant hoot of an owl. It was nothing unusual, but when you're out there alone, everything sounds louder, closer. The first few nights I woke up several times, heart pounding, thinking I heard something just outside the walls. But each time I looked out the window or stepped onto the porch, there was nothing, just black trees and the cold wind. By the 4th night, I settled in. I started sleeping more soundly, ignoring the random creaks and groans the old cabin made. But on the 5th night, something felt different. I went to bed around 9 p.m. like usual. It was dead quiet outside, too quiet. I couldn't hear a single insect or animal. The air was heavy and still, and even though the stove was burning low, I felt cold. I woke up around 2 a.m. to the sound of something hitting the side of the cabin. Not a small tap, but a dull thud, like someone had thrown a heavy bag of sand against the wall. I sat up fast, my ears ringing from the sudden jolt. My first thought was maybe a tree branch had fallen, but there was no wind. I waited, holding my breath, listening. Then it happened again, thud on the opposite wall. Then silence. I got out of bed, grabbed the flashlight I kept by the nightstand, and walked quietly through the cabin. I turned on the porch light, but it barely lit the area in front of the steps. I walked around the cabin, slowly, flashlight in one hand and a hatchet in the other. I didn't see anything. No broken branches, no marks on the wood, no animals. I stood out there for a while, trying to shake the feeling that something was wrong. Eventually, I went back in and locked the door. The next morning, I walked around the cabin in the daylight. I checked for animal tracks or signs of someone having been there, but there was nothing. Still, I couldn't stop thinking about it. That night, I kept a fire going in the stove and left the flashlight by the door. I didn't sleep much. On the 7th night, I heard the same thud again. This time it was louder, and I could feel the floor vibrate slightly. Then came the scraping. Something dragged across the wood outside, like metal on timber. It started at one corner and moved slowly to the back wall. I sat in the dark, staring at the ceiling, too scared to move. Eventually, I forced myself to get up. I opened the front door and shouted out into the woods. Of course, no answer, just the trees. I didn't go outside again that night. I stayed up, wide-eyed, waiting for the sun. The next morning, I found deep scratches in the back wall of the cabin, long, wide gashes that hadn't been there the day before. They were too high for any small animal to make, and they looked deliberate. I thought about packing up and leaving, but the idea of driving down that long road in the dark felt worse than staying. I told myself it had to be a bear, even though I'd seen no sign of one. I started carrying my hatchet everywhere, even inside the cabin. That day I didn't hike or read. I spent it checking the locks, making sure every window could be secured. I even pushed a heavy dresser in front of the back door. I didn't light a fire that night, hoping the cold would keep whatever it was away. I lay in bed fully clothed with the hatchet on my chest. Just after midnight, I heard footsteps. Slow, steady footsteps circling the cabin. They weren't rushed or clumsy like an animal. They sounded like boots on leaves. I held my breath and didn't move. The steps stopped by the front door. Then there was a knock. Just one. Not hard, but not gentle either. Just one. I didn't respond. I waited. My heart felt like it was going to explode. After a minute or two, I heard the steps move again, this time around to the back. Then nothing. I stayed frozen for hours, too scared to even sit up. The next day, I packed everything. I didn't care that I had a week left. I couldn't do it anymore. I threw my gear in the truck and didn't even sweep the floor or take the trash out. I drove down the mountain road faster than I should have, checking the rearview mirror the whole time. When I got to town, I stopped at a gas station and asked the guy behind the counter if anyone lived near that area. He said there used to be a few folks up there decades ago, but not anymore. He said most of the cabins were abandoned, falling apart. I didn't say anything else. I just nodded and left. I never went back. I never found out who or what was out there, and I didn't care to. I still think about those nights. Sometimes I wake up in my bed at home, heart pounding, convinced I heard a knock. I sleep with a bat next to the bed now. I don't go camping alone anymore. The trip reminded me that isolation might sound peaceful, but there's a reason we feel safer around others. Some places are quiet for a reason, and not all cabins are meant to be used again. I went there looking for peace. What I found was a part of myself that knew when to leave, and that probably saved my life. I rented the cabin because I needed quiet. I'd been living in the city too long. Cars, sirens, shouting neighbors, the buzz of everything always on. My job let me work remotely, so I figured 2 weeks in the woods would reset me. I found the listing online. The photos showed a basic wooden cabin nestled in the trees. No neighbors in sight. 1 bedroom, small kitchen, fireplace. Simple. It looked like what I needed. I drove in early September, just as the trees were starting to turn. The road got thinner the deeper I went. Eventually, I turned onto a dirt driveway barely wide enough for my car. At the end of it sat the cabin, weathered wood, dark green roof, 1 front window. It didn't look like much, but I liked that. No frills, no distractions. Inside, it smelled like old wood and dust, but it wasn't dirty. The floors creaked a little. There was a small kitchen to the left, a couch and fireplace in the middle, and a narrow hallway leading to the bedroom and a small bathroom. The bed was made, the cabinets had a few dishes, and the fridge hummed low. I unpacked, lit a fire, and spent the first night reading. No cell signal, but there was a landline in the kitchen. I didn't expect to use it. The first few days were uneventful. I got up early, drank coffee on the porch, answered emails, took walks. The forest was quiet. A few birds, the wind in the trees, occasional squirrel. I didn't see a single person. It was exactly what I wanted. On the 4th day, something small happened that stuck in my mind. I dropped my keys in the living room and they slid under the couch. When I bent down to get them, I noticed something odd. The floorboard under the couch looked newer than the others. Not just newer, but slightly different. The color was off, the grain of the wood finer. I pulled the couch away from the wall. The newer board was about 2 feet long and had a faint seam running around it. I pushed on it, nothing. I looked closer, felt around the edge. When I pressed the back corner, it popped up slightly. A trapdoor. I sat there for a minute, unsure. This wasn't in the listing. The place didn't seem big enough to have a basement. The heater was wall-mounted and the water heater was outside. There wasn't any mention of a lower level. Curiosity got the better of me. I pulled the board up. Beneath it was a small square opening and a wooden ladder going down into the dark. I grabbed my flashlight and shined it in. The beam lit up a dirt floor about 10 feet below. I didn't see anything immediately strange, just an open space, like a root cellar. I told myself it was probably just storage. Maybe it had been sealed up for safety, or the owner didn't think it was worth mentioning. I climbed down slowly. The ladder creaked but held. When I reached the bottom, the flashlight beam danced across dirt walls, a low ceiling, and scattered objects. It was a room maybe 12 by 12 feet. No windows, no light. The walls were reinforced with old wood beams. The air was cool and musty. In one corner was a small metal table with some tools on it, hammer, wrench, and old lantern. There were 2 chairs, both covered in dust. A few metal shelves along one wall held jars and empty cans. There was a mattress on the floor in the far corner. No sheets, just the bare thing stained in a few places. It didn't look like anyone had been down here recently, but it had definitely been used at some point. I stayed down there for maybe 10 minutes, enough to look around, take it in, then leave. Something about it made me uneasy, not scared, just unsettled, like I wasn't supposed to be there. I climbed back up and closed the trapdoor. I didn't mention it in my journal. I didn't think it was worth it. The next night, I had trouble sleeping. It wasn't the usual kind of trouble. It was like I was listening for something. I'd close my eyes and then open them again, thinking I'd heard a creak or a thump. The cabin was old, so I figured it was just settling. But at some point, I thought I heard something from under the floor. It was soft, a dragging noise maybe, couldn't be sure. I told myself it was in my head. The next morning, I moved the couch again and checked the trapdoor. Still shut, still looked the same. I left it alone. But that noise, something about it didn't leave me. That night, I went to bed early but couldn't sleep again. I listened. Wind outside, crackling from the cooling fireplace. Nothing else. Around 2 a.m., I heard it again. A scrape, then a dull thud, came from beneath me through the floorboards. I stayed still, heart pounding. It didn't continue, just that one sound. The next day, I didn't do any work. I kept thinking about the room. If it had been sealed off for years, there shouldn't be any movement. Maybe an animal got in, a raccoon or something. I told myself that and went back down, flashlight in hand, this time with a small camping knife in my back pocket. I knew how dumb that was, but it made me feel better. When I opened the trapdoor, I noticed something right away. The ladder had dirt on one of the rungs that hadn't been there before. Fresh, dark soil. I climbed down carefully, holding the flashlight steady. The room was the same, mostly, except the mattress had been moved. It was closer to the center now, angled differently, and one of the chairs was tipped over. I stood there, not moving, for a long minute. Then I checked every corner. The tools were untouched. The shelves looked the same. No sign of animals, no droppings, no smell. I looked at the dirt floor and saw faint tracks, boot prints. Not deep, but there. Someone had been down there, and it wasn't me. I left immediately, climbed back up, closed the door, and shoved the couch over it hard. I spent the rest of the day trying to stay calm. I made coffee, walked around the cabin, stood outside on the porch just to breathe. I debated leaving, but the sun was already setting and the road back to town was long and rough. I didn't want to drive it in the dark. That night, I stayed up with every light on. I sat in the living room with a fire going and a heavy flashlight in my hand. Around midnight, I heard something again. A faint thump, then silence. I sat there frozen. Then a creak, wood shifting, a pause. I didn't move. Suddenly, a louder bang, right under me, directly under the living room floor. I jumped up and backed away from the couch. I didn't want to lift the trapdoor. I didn't want to know what was down there, but I needed to know. I pulled the couch back slowly, keeping the flashlight aimed at the floor. I crouched and waited. Nothing happened. I lifted the trapdoor carefully. Just a crack. It was dark, quiet. Then I heard it breathing. Shallow, ragged. Not mine. came from down there. I slammed the trapdoor shut, pushed the couch over it, and went to the bedroom. I locked the door, shoved a chair under the handle, and stayed awake the rest of the night, holding the knife in one hand. To first light, I packed everything fast. I didn't bother with breakfast. I carried my bags to the car, double-checked the keys, and drove down the dirt road, watching the mirror the whole time. I didn't stop until I hit the main highway. I checked into a motel that night. I didn't go back. A few days later, I reported it to the sheriff's department in that county. I gave the cabin's address, told them I'd found a hidden room and heard someone down there. They didn't seem surprised. One of the deputies told me they'd send someone out. That was it. Weeks passed. I didn't hear anything. Then one morning, I saw a news article online. Asterisk, authorities discover hidden shelter in remote cabin. Asterisk, they'd found the room, and someone had been living there. A man in his 40s, no ID, malnourished, refused to speak. They thought he might have been squatting in the woods for years, living off the land, maybe stealing supplies. He'd been using the cellar under the cabin when it was empty, but they didn't know how long he'd been there. The article said the owner of the cabin hadn't visited in years, rented it out through a management company. No one had ever reported the hidden room before. I deleted the listing from my browser history. I never tried to rent another remote place again. Sometimes I still think about the trapdoor, how the ladder had fresh dirt, how the mattress had moved, how someone had been down there, just beneath me in the dark, and how quiet they must have been for me not to notice the first few nights. What stays with me most is the sound I heard that last night, the breathing, not fast or panicked, just calm, steady, like whoever was down there knew I was listening and didn't care. I didn't expect it to be this quiet, the kind of quiet that presses against your ears, like the whole forest is holding its breath. I had chosen this cabin for a weekend getaway, wanting to escape the noise of the city, the endless emails, the constant buzz of phones. I was tired, worn down from months of work. The pictures online showed a small wooden cabin nestled deep in the woods, surrounded by tall pine trees and nothing else for miles. Perfect for getting away from it all, or so I thought. The drive there was long and tiring. The last few miles were on a narrow dirt road that twisted and turned through dense forest. There were no streetlights, no other cars passed me. My headlights cut through the darkness, showing nothing but the rough road and thick trees on either side. I kept checking my phone, hoping for a signal to tell someone where I was, but there was none. No bars, just no service. I wasn't worried at first. I had told my sister where I was going, and I had a printed map in my glove compartment. Besides, I had everything I needed for the weekend: food, water, firewood, a small stove, and plenty of blankets. When I finally saw the cabin, it was smaller than I expected, but sturdy looking. The wood was dark and weathered, and the windows were covered with heavy curtains. No porch light, no sign of anyone else, just silence. I parked my car beside the cabin and grabbed my bags. The air was cold and sharp, making me breathe in deeper than usual. The smell of pine needles and wet earth filled my nose. Inside, the cabin was simple but cozy. A small kitchen area, a table, a couple of chairs, and a wood stove in the corner. A narrow staircase led to a loft where the bed was. I unpacked slowly, trying to settle in. Outside, the wind started to pick up, rattling the thin window panes. The only sounds were the occasional creak of the cabin's old frame and the whisper of the trees. I made a fire in the stove, the warmth spreading through the room, pushing back the cold. I tried to relax, but something felt off. Not the cabin itself, but the feeling of being alone, completely cut off from the world. No internet, no phone calls, no way to reach anyone. I thought about how long it had been since I'd seen another person. Hours? Maybe more. The nearest house was at least 10 miles away. Here, in the middle of the woods, the silence was thick, not peaceful, heavy. As the night fell, the darkness outside became almost complete. The cabin's small windows looked out into a black void. I kept the curtains closed, but even then, I could hear noises outside. The rustle of leaves, the snap of twigs, the distant howl of an animal. I told myself it was nothing, just wildlife moving around. But my heart started beating faster. I checked the locks on the doors. The cabin had an old metal latch, and I pushed a heavy bolt into place. The thought of someone else being out here crossed my mind for the first time. Who else would come this far into the woods on a cold night? It made no sense. I sat by the fire, wrapped in a blanket, staring into the flames. The flickering light made strange shadows on the walls. I tried to read a book, but my mind kept drifting back to the sounds outside. Every now and then, I'd stop and listen. Something was moving around the cabin perimeter. Slow, careful footsteps, or maybe something larger brushing through the undergrowth. I told myself to stay calm. It was probably just a deer or a raccoon. But when I glanced out the window, I caught a glimpse of movement. Something dark, too large for a deer, crossing behind a tree about 50 feet away. I blinked, and it was gone. I told myself it was my imagination playing tricks. Sleep didn't come easy. The bed in the loft creaked with every shift. The cold seemed to seep through the walls despite the fire. I kept waking up, each time feeling more uneasy. At one point, I thought I heard someone tapping on the door, soft and quick. I sat up and listened. Nothing. Maybe the wind. Maybe my mind making sounds where there were none. By morning, I was exhausted. The fire had died down, and the cabin was cold again. I wrapped myself in layers, ate a quick breakfast, and decided to explore the area during daylight. I wanted to convince myself this place was safe. The woods around the cabin were dense and beautiful. Tall pine trees stretched up to the sky, their branches heavy with snow. The ground was soft with fallen needles and leaves. I walked slowly, following an old trail I found behind the cabin. It was narrow and overgrown, but I hoped it might lead to a nearby road or another cabin. After about an hour, the trail opened into a small clearing with a frozen pond in the center. The ice was thin and cracked in places, glistening under the weak sun. I looked around, feeling peaceful for the first time since I arrived. The forest was quiet but alive. Birds chirped somewhere high in the branches, and the smell of pine was stronger here. Then I noticed something strange. There were footprints in the snow near the pond, big, heavy prints that looked like boots. They came from the woods and stopped at the edge of the clearing. No return prints. Whoever had made them had either disappeared into the trees or stopped moving altogether. I followed the prints for a few steps, but they just ended at a thicket of bushes. A chill ran down my spine. I took a deep breath and told myself not to worry. Maybe someone had passed through days ago and left the trail. Maybe the snow had covered their tracks on the way back. Back at the cabin, I tried to ignore the feeling of being watched. But that night, the noises got louder, more distinct. Footsteps circled the cabin, slow and heavy. Scratches sounded on the wooden walls, like nails or claws. The wind was still, but something was moving just beyond the windows. I stayed up all night, clutching a heavy metal flashlight I had brought, ready to use it if I had to. The fire died again, and the cabin grew cold. The scratches continued until just before dawn, then stopped suddenly. The next day, I decided to leave early. I packed quickly and loaded the car, eager to get back to civilization. As I drove away, the dirt road seemed longer, darker, and more menacing. The trees crowded closer on either side, blocking out the sun. I glanced in the rearview mirror and thought I saw a dark shape standing at the edge of the forest, watching me leave. I didn't stop to look back. The plan was simple. I needed a break. Life had become a constant grind, and I was desperate to escape the noise of the city, the endless demands of work, and the unrelenting pressure that seemed to weigh me down every single day. A week in a remote cabin, surrounded by nothing but trees and silence, felt like the perfect remedy. I had found a small cabin deep in the woods, far enough away to be truly alone, but still close enough to the road to get help if I needed it. No cell phone service, no internet, no distractions. Just me, the forest, and the chance to clear my head. I arrived late on a Friday afternoon, the sun hanging low and casting long shadows through the trees. The gravel road that led to the cabin was narrow and winding, flanked by tall pines and thick underbrush. It was the kind of place where the silence hits you first, loud and sudden, like a wave. I pulled my car to the side and climbed out, the air cool and smelling of damp earth and pine needles. The cabin was small but sturdy, built from rough-cut logs with a steeply pitched roof that looked like it could shed heavy snow without trouble. A stone chimney jutted from one side, and a small porch wrapped around the front, complete with a wooden bench and a stack of firewood. The place had clearly been well cared for, though the paint on the door was chipped and faded from years of sun and rain. I unlocked the door, the metal key cold in my hand, and stepped inside. The air was musty but not unpleasant, filled with the faint smell of old wood and something else, smoke, maybe, from the last fire. The cabin was sparsely furnished. A small kitchen with a sink and a wood stove, a tiny dining table with 2 chairs, a living area with a threadbare couch and a coffee table, and a loft bedroom above. Everything was simple and functional, just what I needed. I dropped my bag by the door and opened a window to let in fresh air. Outside, the forest stretched out in every direction, the trees tall and close together. The light was fading fast, and soon the sky turned a deep shade of blue, the last slivers of sunlight slipping behind the hills. That first night, I made a fire in the stove. The flames crackled and popped, sending flickering shadows dancing on the log walls. I sat on the couch, wrapped in a thick blanket, drinking a mug of instant coffee and listening to the forest settle into darkness. The sounds were different here. No cars, no sirens, just the occasional rustle of leaves, the distant call of a bird, maybe a deer moving through the underbrush. It was peaceful, and I felt a slow sense of calm begin to wash over me. I slept well that night, the soft creaks of the cabin and the whisper of wind through the trees lulling me to rest. The next day, I spent exploring the surrounding woods. The trees were a mix of pine, oak, and maple, their leaves just starting to turn with the early hints of fall. The ground was soft with moss and fallen leaves, and the air smelled fresh and clean. I walked for miles, my boots crunching over twigs and leaves, my breath visible in the crisp morning air. I found a small stream where the water was clear and cold, and I stopped to drink and wash my face. Back at the cabin, I cooked a simple meal over the wood stove, a can of beans and some bread, and settled in for the evening again. The sun set quickly here, and once it was dark, the forest came alive in a different way. The sounds intensified, the crack of twigs, the rustle of animals moving nearby, the hoot of an owl somewhere in the distance. That night, as I lay in the loft, I felt the walls of the cabin tighten around me in the dark. The silence wasn't the same anymore. It felt heavier, almost like the forest was watching, waiting. I tried to shake the feeling off, telling myself it was just nerves, just the unfamiliarity of being so far from everything. But the next morning, I woke to find something strange. The door to the cabin, which I was sure I had locked the night before, was slightly ajar. Not wide open, just enough to slip through. My heart pounded as I checked the windows. All of them were closed and latched from the inside. There was no sign of anyone or anything outside. No footprints, no broken branches, no disturbances at all. I convinced myself it was just the wind. The cabin was old, and the door probably hadn't fit perfectly for years. Maybe it had just shifted in the night. But the unease lingered. Over the next couple of days, small things kept happening. I would find my firewood pile disturbed, logs scattered as if someone had rifled through it. My food supplies were shifted from where I left them. Once, I heard a noise outside, a crunch of leaves, and when I looked out the window, I saw nothing but trees. No animals, no people, just silence. I started to keep a fire burning in the stove all the time, for light and warmth and comfort. I made sure the door was locked every time I went outside, double-checked every window. But the feeling of being watched never left me. On the third night, I decided to set up a makeshift alarm system. I tied some thin wire across the path leading to the cabin, just low enough that it would make a noise if someone stepped on it. I tied small bells to the wire, hoping that if anyone came near, I'd hear them. That night was restless. I woke several times to the sound of the bells tinkling faintly. My heart raced every time I heard it. But when I got up and looked out, no one was there. No shadows, no shapes, just the trees swaying softly in the breeze. The following day, I found the wire cut in 2 places. Whoever or whatever had come near had known exactly where to step. I felt cold all over, the hairs on my arms standing on end. I packed a small bag with essentials that evening just in case. I didn't want to leave the cabin, not yet. I needed this time to myself. But the thought of being here alone with something or someone lurking nearby was unbearable. The 4th day, I stayed inside almost all day. I kept the curtains drawn, lights on, and stayed close to the stove. I tried to read, but I couldn't focus. Every sound outside made me jump. The forest that had seemed so peaceful now felt like a trap. That evening, as the sky darkened, I heard footsteps again, this time closer. Heavy steps, slow and deliberate, moving just beyond the edge of the trees. I held my breath, heart pounding, listening as the sound circled the cabin, moving from one side to the other. I grabbed my flashlight and carefully peered outside. The beam cut through the dark, illuminating nothing but trees and shadows. But then I saw it. A figure, just a shadow really moving behind the trees. It didn't come closer, just watched. I slammed the door shut and locked it, my hands shaking. I didn't sleep that night. The next morning, I knew I had to leave. The forest was no longer a refuge. It was a cage. I packed my things quickly, trying not to make noise, and loaded my car. As I started the engine, I saw the shadow again. It stood at the edge of the tree line, watching, not moving, just waiting. I drove away without looking back. It wasn't until I got home that I realized what had been happening. The cabin had once belonged to a man who had disappeared years before, a man who was known to be violent and unstable. His family had left the area, and the cabin had been abandoned for a long time before I rented it. I never found out who or what had been near the cabin those nights. It could have been a trespasser, a hunter, someone else living in the woods, or simply the echoes of the past settling into the present. What I do know is that sometimes, when you're alone in the woods, your mind can play tricks on you. The silence can turn into noise. Shadows can take on shapes. But in this case, there was something real out there, something waiting in the dark, and it was enough to remind me that some places are best left alone. I want to tell about the one time I went to a cabin in the woods and why I never went back. It's not a story about ghosts or monsters, but it was still the scariest thing I've ever lived through. It's a story about how alone and helpless a person can feel in the middle of nowhere, with nothing but their own mind and the sounds of the forest around them. It started on a chilly Friday afternoon in late October. I was trying to get away from the city for a weekend. The noise, the people, the constant rushing. I just wanted silence and fresh air. I found a small cabin online, pretty cheap, that was about 3 hours from my home. It was an old cabin, nothing fancy, with no electricity and no cell signal. Exactly what I wanted. No distractions, just the forest and me. I packed my things carefully. A few changes of clothes, canned food, a flashlight, matches, a pocket knife, a blanket, and a book. I didn't bring any phone charger or anything that could make me stay connected. I planned to just be there alone for 2 nights. I figured it would be peaceful. The drive out was easy at first. The sun was still shining, and the roads were mostly clear. But as I got closer to the cabin, the highway turned into a narrow, winding gravel road. Trees pressed in on both sides, their branches like crooked fingers reaching out. The sky started to gray, and the wind picked up. By the time I saw the cabin, the clouds had thickened and it felt colder. The cabin was smaller than I expected. It was made of old wood with peeling paint and a sagging porch. A rusty mailbox by the dirt driveway was barely hanging on its post. No other houses or cabins were nearby, just trees as far as I could see. I parked my car and grabbed my bags. The air smelled of wet leaves and moss. I walked up the porch steps and pushed open the creaky door. Inside, the cabin smelled musty, like it hadn't been aired out in months. Dust covered the floorboards and an old fireplace sat in one corner. There was a small kitchen area with a sink but no running water. A few old cans of food sat on a shelf. A table and 2 chairs were shoved against the wall. A narrow staircase led to a loft bedroom above. I set my things down and went outside to stretch. The wind was colder now, and the trees swayed with a deep creaking noise. No birds, no animals, just the sound of the wind and the trees. I started a fire in the fireplace with some dry wood I found stacked outside. The flames crackled and brought a warm glow to the room. I made some soup from a can and ate quietly while the sky darkened outside. The cabin had a few small windows, but they were dirty and fogged up. I sat in a creaky chair by the fire, reading my book, but I kept hearing strange sounds. At first, I thought it was the wind rattling the cabin or branches tapping on the roof. But then I heard footsteps outside, slow and deliberate, crunching on the leaves and sticks around the cabin. My heart jumped. I stood up and looked out the window but couldn't see anything through the dark and fog. I grabbed my flashlight and opened the door, shining the light around the yard. Nothing. The forest was silent again. The footsteps had stopped. I told myself it was probably an animal or maybe my mind playing tricks on me. I locked the door and went back to the fire. That night, I slept with the blanket pulled up to my chin, but every little sound outside woke me up. I heard more footsteps, this time slower and closer. At one point, I heard a knock on the cabin door, soft but clear. My stomach dropped. I didn't answer. I stayed frozen in bed, flashlight in hand, ready to shine it on whoever or whatever was out there. But nothing came. In the morning, I found the door locked just as I left it. No marks, no footprints near the porch. I told myself maybe the knocking was just the wind, but it didn't feel right. I spent the next day exploring nearby trails, but I stayed close to the cabin. The woods were thick and dark. The trees blocked most of the sunlight. I saw some animal tracks, but nothing unusual. No signs of people. When I came back to the cabin that evening, I noticed that some of the firewood I had stacked outside was knocked over. It looked like something heavy had pushed it down. I felt uneasy but tried to ignore it. That night, the sounds were worse. Footsteps all around the cabin, rustling leaves, a low, slow scraping noise like something being dragged over the ground. I stayed awake, listening, heart pounding. I kept checking the windows, but the flashlight beam showed nothing. Then I heard a voice, or something close to it, a faint whispering just outside the door. I couldn't understand the words. I was frozen with fear. My mind raced, imagining all sorts of terrible things. But still, I told myself there was no way anyone was out here in the middle of nowhere at night. It must be the wind or animals. In the morning, I found more signs. Small scratches on the door frame, like claws or something sharp scraping wood. My hands shook as I inspected them. Whoever or whatever had been outside the night before had gotten close. I packed my things slowly and carefully. I wasn't going to stay another night. I didn't want to be there after dark again. I kept my eyes on the forest as I drove away, feeling the weight of eyes watching me. I didn't look back. The whole trip felt like a bad dream. The silence of the woods, the dark shapes between the trees, the sounds that didn't make sense. It was a reminder of how small and vulnerable you can feel when you're alone in the wild, with no one around to help you. I never went back to that cabin. I found other places to get away, safer places with more people nearby. But that weekend stayed with me. I still remember the sound of footsteps on dead leaves and the feeling of something just out of sight, waiting. That was my scariest trip, and it taught me that sometimes the worst things aren't ghosts or monsters. Sometimes it's just the fear of being truly alone, in a place where no one can hear you scream. I still remember the first time I decided to rent that cabin in the woods. It was supposed to be a quiet getaway, a break from the city, from work, from everything. Just me, a little cabin, and nature. I didn't want distractions or noise, just silence and fresh air. I was craving peace after months of nonstop stress. The cabin was a small wooden structure tucked away near a forest reserve about 2 hours from the nearest town. Nothing fancy, just a one-room place with a little kitchen, a fireplace, and a bed. The owner said it was perfect for someone wanting to disconnect. I checked the photos online. Cozy, rustic, surrounded by tall pine trees. A small lake a short walk away. Sounded perfect. The drive out was long but easy. I left early in the morning, packed with everything I thought I'd need. Food, water, a first aid kit, some books, and extra blankets. I told myself I was prepared. When I arrived, the sun was just starting to dip behind the trees, making the sky a soft orange. The air smelled clean and piney. I parked my car on a narrow dirt road that led to the cabin and grabbed my bags. The place looked just like in the pictures. The wood was worn but solid, the windows were clean, and the porch was covered in a thin layer of pine needles. I locked the car and stepped inside. The cabin smelled faintly of old wood and something else I couldn't place, maybe damp earth. It was quiet except for the soft creaking of the floorboards as I moved. Inside, I unpacked slowly, putting food in the small fridge and laying out my sleeping bag on the bed. The kitchen had the basics: a stove, a kettle, some pots and pans, but no microwave or fancy appliances. The fireplace was empty, but I had brought some firewood and matches. Outside, the trees stretched tall and thick, the forest dense enough to block most of the fading light. The first night passed quietly. I ate canned soup, read a book by the dim light of a small lamp, and then went to bed early. The silence was deep. No cars, no neighbors, no city hum. Just the occasional rustle of leaves or the distant hoot of an owl. I liked that silence. Felt real. The next morning, I woke to soft sunlight slipping through the curtains. I made coffee on the stove and sat on the porch, watching the mist lift from the lake a short walk away. The water was calm, reflecting the early sky and the dark silhouettes of trees. I took a deep breath. This was exactly what I needed. I spent the day exploring the area around the cabin, sticking to the trails marked on a small map I found inside. The forest was thick but beautiful, a mix of tall pines, birch trees, and thick underbrush. Birds chirped, and squirrels darted through the branches. I collected a few dry sticks for the fire later and made sure to note where I was so I wouldn't get lost. That night, I lit a fire in the fireplace. The flames crackled, filling the room with warmth and light. Outside, the darkness was deep and complete, broken only by the flickering firelight inside and the faint glow of the stars above. I cooked a simple meal on the stove and then settled in with another book. Everything felt peaceful, secure, but that calm didn't last. On the third night, I started hearing noises outside. At first, it was just the occasional snap of a twig or a rustle in the brush. I told myself it was probably animals, deer, raccoons, maybe a stray dog. But then the noises got closer. It was hard to tell exactly where, but something was moving around near the cabin. I didn't want to panic. I checked my phone for signal. There was none. No way to call anyone. The battery was about half full. I grabbed a flashlight and went outside to look around, but the darkness swallowed the beam almost immediately. The forest was a solid wall of black. I called out a few times, but only my voice echoed back. I went back inside, locked the door, and pulled the curtains shut. My heart was pounding. I sat by the fire, trying to calm down, telling myself it was just a wild animal. The sounds continued intermittently through the night: footsteps, twigs breaking, a low rustle of movement, but never directly at the door or windows, just somewhere nearby. The next day, I was tense but determined not to let fear take over. I didn't sleep well, waking up several times to listen for sounds. During the daylight, everything seemed normal again. Birds, squirrels, sunlight filtering through the trees. I even went for a long walk around the lake to clear my head. I made sure to carry a pocket knife and a small hatchet I found in the cabin storage closet. I wasn't going to be unprepared. I told myself the noises were probably just deer or raccoons again. Still, I felt eyes on me. I kept looking over my shoulder. That night, the noises returned. Louder, closer, and more frequent. Something was definitely moving outside the cabin, circling it. I sat by the fire with the knife in one hand and the flashlight in the other. Every time I heard a snap or a crunch, I shone the beam toward the noise, but the darkness swallowed the light. I couldn't see anything. Then, I heard something that made my blood run cold, slow, heavy footsteps on the porch. I froze. The steps paused, then shifted toward the door. I gripped the knife tighter. The door handle rattled lightly, but the door was locked tight. The footsteps moved away slowly, circling the cabin again. I sat there for what felt like hours, too scared to sleep, too tired to stay awake. Eventually, the sounds faded away. The next morning, I found scratch marks on the wooden porch near the door, deep gouges as if something had tried to claw or pry its way inside. I took pictures with my phone, though I still had no signal to send them anywhere. I felt exposed, vulnerable. I decided I had to leave, but when I went to the car, the tires were flat. Someone had slashed them, probably during the night. The realization hit me hard. I wasn't dealing with an animal. Someone had been here with me, watching, waiting. Panic set in, but I forced myself to stay calm. I had a small axe and a knife, and I knew some basic survival skills. I packed as quickly as I could, stuffing food and water into a backpack. I left the car, knowing I couldn't rely on it. I planned to hike out through the woods to the main road. The map showed a trail that led to a highway about 3 miles away. It wasn't ideal, but it was my only option. I took a deep breath, locked the cabin door behind me, and started walking. The forest was thick and quiet, but I felt eyes everywhere. Every crackle of a twig or movement of leaves made me jump. I walked steadily, not stopping except for quick breaks to catch my breath or sip water. The sun was low, and shadows stretched long between the trees. About halfway through the hike, I heard voices, whispering, low and unclear, but definitely human. My heart hammered. I froze and listened. The voices stopped suddenly. The forest went silent again. I moved faster, trying to keep my steps quiet, but the uneven ground made it impossible. Branches snapped underfoot. Suddenly, I saw movement up ahead. 2 figures standing between the trees, watching the trail. I ducked behind a thick pine and held my breath. They didn't see me yet. My mind raced. I could try to go around, but I wasn't sure how thick the brush was. I could try to hide or run, but I had no idea how far to safety. I waited until the figures turned and walked away slowly. When the coast was clear, I hurried past their spot, keeping my head low. I kept walking until the trees thinned, and I finally saw the highway up ahead. Relief washed over me. When I reached the road, I stood at the edge, hoping for a passing car. After what felt like forever, headlights appeared. I flagged down the driver, who stopped without hesitation. I told them about what happened and asked to be taken to the nearest town. At the police station, I reported everything: the cabin, the slashed tires, the footsteps, the figures in the woods. They said they'd send officers to check the area. They took my statement seriously, but said no one had reported similar incidents recently. The next day, police officers went to the cabin. They found signs that someone had been living rough nearby: makeshift campsites, fire pits, even some discarded food wrappers. No one was caught, but they promised to keep an eye on the area. I never went back to that cabin. The idea of spending one more night in that silence, with the thought of being watched, was unbearable. I learned that nature isn't always peaceful. Sometimes the scariest things are just other people, unpredictable, hidden, and dangerous. I stayed with friends for a while after that, grateful to be safe and out of the woods. I took self-defense classes and bought a new phone with better signal just in case. I realize now that no amount of planning can prepare you for real danger, but staying alert and trusting your instincts can save your life. That trip taught me to respect the wild, not just the animals in the forest, but the fact that there are people out there, sometimes with bad intentions, hiding where you least expect them. I still get nervous when I hear noises outside at night, but I sleep with a lock on my door and a phone close by, and I never forget It was the kind of trip I thought would be simple and peaceful. Just me, alone, at a cabin deep in the woods. I had been looking forward to this for weeks. A break from the noise of the city, the constant rush of work and life, a chance to clear my head, breathe fresh air, and get some time to myself. I wasn't the type to scare easily, and I had done plenty of solo camping before. So when I found a small cabin listed for rent in a remote part of the forest, I didn't hesitate to book it. The drive there was long but pleasant. The sun was shining, and the highway gave way to winding country roads lined with tall trees that blocked out most of the sky. The further I went, the fewer cars I saw. The last few miles were on a dirt road so narrow that only one car could pass. I had to drive slowly, careful not to kick up too much dust or hit a pothole. When I finally arrived, the cabin looked exactly like the pictures online. Small, made of dark wood, with a porch that creaked under my feet. It sat at the edge of a clearing surrounded by thick woods. The air smelled fresh but damp, like pine needles and earth. A small stream ran nearby, its soft gurgle the only sound besides the rustling leaves. The inside was simple. A small kitchen, a wood stove, a single bedroom with a bed and a few shelves. The windows were old but clean, and the floorboards were uneven and worn. It smelled faintly of dust and wood smoke. I unpacked my bag and made a fire in the stove. Outside, the sun was dipping low, casting long shadows across the clearing. I settled in for the night with a book and some canned soup I had brought. The silence felt good, almost heavy. No cars, no planes, no distant sirens or city sounds. Just me and the woods. I noticed the first odd thing soon after dark. The stream, which had sounded steady when I arrived, seemed to have gone quiet. The usual babble was missing. I opened the door to look and saw the water still, almost glass-like. I thought maybe it was just the angle or the wind had died down. I shut the door and tried not to think about it. Night deepened, and with it came an eerie stillness. The forest outside the windows didn't move. No birds, no insects, not even the usual night sounds I was used to when camping. I lay in bed, listening, but all I heard was my own breathing. Sleep didn't come easy. I kept thinking about the quiet. It wasn't normal. Even in the most remote places, there was always some sound. I told myself it was just because I was new here, that the woods were still settling down. In the middle of the night, I woke up to a faint noise outside. It was soft, almost like footsteps crunching on the dirt path leading to the cabin. I froze, heart pounding, and listened. The sound stopped. Nothing moved. I stayed still, pretending to be asleep. When morning came, I didn't tell myself the night had been normal. The quiet, the strange stillness, it stuck with me. I thought maybe the people who owned the cabin didn't come often, or maybe the wildlife had moved on. Either way, I decided I would hike today and explore the area a bit. The woods around the cabin were thick, full of tall pines and dense undergrowth. The ground was soft with moss and fallen leaves. I had my backpack with some water, snacks, a map, and a compass. I set off down a narrow trail that started near the stream. At first, the hike was peaceful. The sun filtered through the trees, and birds sang in the branches above. I breathed in the fresh air and felt my nerves calm. But soon, I noticed something odd again. The birds stopped singing. The forest became silent. No squirrels, no rustling in the bushes, no insects buzzing. I stopped walking, looking around. The quiet was complete. I pushed forward, hoping to find a clearing or a place with more life. After about an hour, I reached a small ridge that overlooked a larger clearing. From there, I saw a dirt road cutting through the trees and, farther off, what looked like an old, abandoned cabin. Curious, I decided to check it out. The trail was overgrown, and the woods thickened as I moved closer. The old cabin was falling apart. Roof caved in, walls rotting, windows broken. It looked like it hadn't been used in decades. I didn't like the feeling I got from that place. It was empty but heavy, like something had been left behind in a hurry. I turned back toward my cabin, eager to leave. On the way back, the silence deepened. The woods were unnervingly still. Then I heard it, a faint rustling behind me. I stopped and looked back but saw nothing. The trees just swayed gently. I picked up my pace, feeling the hair on my neck rise. The noise came again, this time a soft snapping of twigs, like someone walking just out of sight. I stopped again, trying to listen. No footsteps followed, just the wind, I told myself. I quickened my steps until I was almost jogging. When I reached the cabin clearing, relief washed over me. The quiet felt less heavy here, the stream now murmuring softly again. I locked the door behind me and checked the windows. Nothing seemed out of place. That night, I tried to sleep but kept hearing strange noises outside. Branches cracking, footsteps on the porch, the soft scraping of something against the wood. Each time, I stared out the window, but there was nothing there. Sleep was impossible. I stayed awake, watching the dark woods from the cabin windows, my hands gripping the edge of the table. Every few minutes, I thought I saw shadows moving just beyond the tree line. I told myself it was my imagination. By morning, I was exhausted. The sun was barely up, and I wanted to leave. I packed my things quickly and stepped outside. The forest looked different in the daylight. The sun lit up the leaves and warmed the air. The stream flowed freely again. Birds were singing. Everything seemed normal. As I loaded my car, I noticed tire tracks in the dirt road nearby. Fresh tracks. Someone else had been here. That explained the footsteps, maybe. I felt a strange mix of relief and unease. I told myself I'd come back another time with company. For now, I wanted to leave this place. Driving away, I glanced in the rearview mirror at the cabin. It looked small and peaceful again, but the silence I'd felt there lingered in my mind. Back home, I told myself the trip had been an adventure. Not scary, just quiet and lonely. But every now and then, when the wind howls outside or the night is too still, I remember the woods around that cabin and the feeling of being watched. And I know I'll never go back alone. The trip started out simple enough. Just me, a cabin in the woods, and a few days away from the noise of the city. I had been planning this alone trip for months. Work had been draining. My apartment felt suffocating, and I needed something to clear my head. The idea of a cabin in the middle of nowhere, surrounded by nothing but trees and quiet, seemed perfect. No phone, no internet, no distractions. Just me and the forest. I found the cabin online, a small rental a few hours from the nearest town. The pictures showed a modest wooden building, tucked away behind a line of tall pines, with a small porch and a wood stove inside. The price was reasonable, and the reviews said it was peaceful and clean. I didn't need much, just a bed, running water, and some fresh air. I left early one Saturday morning, packed the car with food, water, my backpack, some books, and my camera. The drive was long but beautiful. I passed rolling hills, thick forests, and little farms. The closer I got, the narrower and rougher the roads became, until I finally turned onto a dirt path that led straight to the cabin. It was hidden well. Trees crowded around it, blocking out most of the sky. The cabin looked just like the pictures. Weathered wood, moss growing on the roof, and a few steps leading up to the porch. I pulled my bags out of the car and took a deep breath. The air was fresh but smelled like wet leaves and would smoke from distant chimneys. I unlocked the door and stepped inside. Inside, the cabin was small but cozy. A single room with a wood stove in the corner, a small kitchen counter with a sink, a table, and a narrow bed pushed against the far wall. The windows were grimy but let in enough light to see. I set my things down and started exploring. The electricity was off, but there were some old oil lamps on the shelves. There was a stack of firewood outside and a pile of kindling near the stove. After unpacking, I went outside to look around. The forest stretched for miles, thick with pine and oak trees. The ground was soft with fallen leaves and pine needles. A thin trail ran through the trees, worn but clear. I decided to follow it just to get my bearings. The trail wound through the woods, rising slightly as it went. I walked carefully, trying not to make too much noise. The only sounds were the crunch of leaves under my boots, the occasional bird call, and the wind rustling through the branches. After about an hour, I found a small clearing with a shallow creek running through it. The water was cold and clear. I knelt down and took a sip, feeling the chill spread through me. I stayed in the clearing for a while, just listening to the quiet. The sun was starting to dip behind the trees. I headed back to the cabin, the fading light making the forest feel different, darker, more closed in. When I got back, I started a fire in the stove. The warmth was comforting. I made a simple dinner, canned beans heated over the fire, some bread, and a thermos of coffee I had brought along. Sitting by the fire, I felt myself relax for the first time in weeks. Night fell quickly. Without electricity, the cabin was plunged into darkness as soon as the fire died down. I lit one of the oil lamps and read for a while, then set the lamp down on the table and lay back on the bed. The silence was heavy, almost loud. I listened to the sounds outside, the wind, a distant owl hoot, the soft scratching of something moving through the leaves. Sleep was hard to come by. Every creak of the cabin made me sit up and look around. The woods outside seemed endless and unknowable. I thought about the reviews, how peaceful this place was supposed to be, but peaceful felt wrong here. In the middle of the night, I woke to a noise. At first, it was faint. A scraping like nails or sticks being dragged across the ground. Came from just outside the cabin. My heart started pounding. I lay frozen, eyes wide in the dark. The noise stopped, then started again, louder this time, right outside the window. I didn't want to look. I didn't want to see whatever was there, but I had to. I reached out and grabbed the oil lamp. The light spilled across the room and out the window, illuminating the porch and the trees beyond. There was nothing there, just shadows. I told myself it was a deer or some animal, nothing more, but the sound had been too deliberate, too close. I sat by the fire for the rest of the night, unable to sleep. Morning came slow and gray. I went outside, searching the ground for tracks. Near the porch, I found something, a set of footprints in the mud. They were large, bigger than mine, and they stopped abruptly at the edge of the trees. I felt a chill. Someone had been here. The thought stayed with me all day. I kept the fire going, stayed inside mostly, watching the woods through the windows. Every shadow seemed alive. Every rustle of leaves sounded like footsteps. That night, the noises returned. Scraping, shuffling, low thumps against the walls. I stayed awake again, clutching the lamp. I thought about packing up and leaving, but the nearest town was still hours away. On the third day, I decided to explore further down the trail. Maybe getting deeper into the woods would help me feel better. I packed a small bag with water and food and set out. The trail grew rougher and steeper as I walked. I was careful to mark my path, breaking small sticks and tying bits of cloth to branches. After a couple of hours, I reached a ridge overlooking a valley. The view was stunning. The forest stretched out like a sea of green, broken only by a small river winding through the trees. I stayed there a long time, soaking it in, then started back. As I retraced my steps, I heard something behind me. Not footsteps, but a faint breathing, heavy and slow. I stopped and listened. The sound stopped. I hurried back to the cabin, heart pounding. When I got there, the door was open. I hadn't left it open. Panic surged through me. I rushed inside and checked every corner. Nothing was out of place. Nothing missing. Still, someone had been here. That night, the noises grew worse. Not just scraping or thumping, but voices. Quiet murmurs, unintelligible but close, just beyond the walls. I stayed in the middle of the cabin, near the fire, the lamp flickering. I knew I had to leave, but the road was too far, and I had no phone signal to call for help. I decided to barricade the door and windows. I pushed heavy furniture against the entrance and jammed sticks and boards into the cracks. I collected every sharp object I could find and kept them near. The night stretched on. Every noise sounded like someone trying to get in. The scratching grew into pounding. The whispers rose into low chants. I tried to stay calm, reminding myself it was probably animals or kids playing a prank. Morning finally came, pale and cold. The noises stopped. The door and windows were intact. I waited until afternoon, then packed my things as fast as I could. I didn't eat or rest. I locked up the cabin as best I could and ran to the car. Driving away, I kept looking in the rearview mirror. I thought I saw figures standing just inside the tree line, watching me go. Back in town, I checked with the locals. No one else rented the cabin, they said. No one had been there recently. I never went back. Looking back, I realized the fear was real, but the danger wasn't supernatural. It was people, strangers using the woods to hide, maybe squatters or drifters who didn't want to be found. The noises, the footprints, the door left open. All signs of someone else living nearby. I had ignored the warnings in my head. The sense of being watched. The feeling that something wasn't right. It was the loneliness and isolation that made it worse. Alone in a place so far from help, every noise became a threat. But I learned something important from that trip. Fear can come from real things, not just ghosts or monsters. And sometimes the scariest moments come from people, not from stories. Now, whenever I think about that cabin, I don't see some haunted place. I see a reminder to trust my instincts, to be prepared, and to respect the unknown in the wild. Because it's not the shadows that can hurt you, but what hides behind them. I never thought a simple weekend getaway would turn into one of the most unsettling experiences of my life. I had been looking forward to escaping the city noise for a while. The job was wearing me down, the endless traffic, the cramped apartment with thin walls, the cold fluorescent lights at the office. I just wanted a break, a quiet place in the woods to clear my head. I found a small cabin for rent online, tucked away in the mountains about a 3-hour drive from my apartment. It wasn't fancy or anything, just a one-room cabin with basic furniture, a little porch, and a wood stove. But the pictures looked peaceful, and it was cheap, which was perfect for me. I packed a bag with essentials. Some clothes, a few canned foods, water, a flashlight, a basic first aid kit, and a paperback book I had been meaning to read. I didn't want to bring much technology, just a phone for emergencies, but I told myself I wouldn't use it much. I wanted to disconnect. The directions said the cabin was off a dirt road, past a small town, near a river. The satellite map showed it surrounded by dense forest, no neighbors close by. Exactly what I wanted. The drive was uneventful at first. I left just after sunrise, and the highway was clear. I stopped once for coffee at a gas station just before the turnoff to the dirt road. After that, the pavement ended, and the road narrowed, twisting through tall trees. The forest thickened quickly. The sun filtered through the canopy in thin shafts, dust motes floating in the air. It felt calm, almost too quiet. I didn't see another car for miles. The dirt road was bumpy and rough. After about 20 minutes, the trees seemed to close in tighter, and the air smelled different, damp and earthy, with a hint of pine and something faintly metallic that I couldn't place. I wasn't worried, just curious. I saw the small mailbox with the cabin number painted on it and turned into the driveway. The cabin looked exactly like the pictures. Weathered wood, small porch with a rocking chair, and a stack of firewood near the door. No power lines, no cars parked nearby. Perfect. I got out and stretched. The air was cool but fresh. I unlocked the door, stepped inside, and took a deep breath. The cabin smelled like wood smoke and old pine. There was a small kitchen area with a sink and a propane stove, a table, a bed against the far wall, and a cast iron wood stove in the corner. Simple but cozy. I spent the first hour unpacking, setting up the bed, and getting the fire going in the stove. The crackling flames made the cabin feel warm and safe. I cooked a simple dinner on the stove, canned soup heated in a pot. The quiet was almost total except for the occasional creak of wood settling or the rustling of leaves outside. As the sun set, the light through the windows changed to orange and then disappeared. The forest outside became a black wall, the shapes of trees indistinguishable from one another. I lit a few candles and sat at the table with my book. The cabin felt peaceful, isolated in a good way. No sounds from cars or people, just the wind whispering through the branches and the occasional hoot of an owl. I went to bed early, feeling relaxed. The mattress was firm but comfortable. I slept deeply for a few hours. Then something woke me up. At first, it was just a faint noise, almost like a soft tapping or scratching, coming from outside the cabin. I lay still, trying to tell if it was my imagination. The wind had died down, but the scratching noise persisted, irregular and soft, but definitely there. I didn't want to get up and check. I told myself it was probably an animal, a raccoon or a bird maybe. I had heard stories about raccoons trying to get into cabins to find food. I closed my eyes again. The scratching grew louder. Then it changed, something heavier, like branches snapping or someone walking slowly in the woods. just outside the cabin. The sound wasn't random anymore. It was deliberate. My heart rate picked up. I turned on my flashlight and slowly crept to the window. Peering through the grimy glass, I saw nothing but dark shapes. The beam swept over tree trunks, underbrush, and rocks. Nothing moved. I stepped back and tried to calm down. Maybe a deer was nearby, but the feeling in my gut was different. A cold, sharp awareness that something was watching, waiting. I sat back down, the flashlight still in hand. I tried to focus on the book, but my mind kept drifting to the noises outside. Suddenly, a heavy thud came from the back of the cabin, like something large hitting the wood wall or the roof. My breath caught in my throat. I stood up, my legs shaking. The cabin felt suddenly much smaller, the shadows deeper and more oppressive. I grabbed my phone from the table and checked the signal. No bars. Perfect. I was completely cut off. The thudding noise continued, slower now, like footsteps circling the cabin. The scratching and tapping sounds blended in with it. I moved to the door and locked it, double-checked the deadbolt, then pushed a heavy chair against it. My heart was pounding so loud I was sure it would give me away. Minutes passed like hours. Then a loud bang. Something heavy hit the door. The wood groaned. My breath caught. I felt trapped, vulnerable. I moved quietly to the kitchen and found a large knife in the drawer. I held it tightly, but my hands trembled. The banging stopped. Silence. I strained to listen. A low growl echoed from outside, distant but unmistakable. My mind raced. Bears sometimes wandered near cabins in the area. Could it be one? That explained the thudding and the noise. But bears don't usually bang on doors or circle cabins like that. Suddenly, I heard something else. A distinct rustling, a hurried movement through the bushes. It was closer now. I backed away from the door and looked around the cabin for a place to hide. The bed was bolted against the wall, the stove too heavy to move. I decided to go to the porch. If I could get outside and run to the car, maybe I could escape. But stepping out into the dark forest felt terrifying. I opened the door a crack, just enough to peek outside. The porch light was off, but moonlight filtered through the trees. No one was there. I took a deep breath and stepped out. The cold night air hit me. I looked around quickly. I spotted a figure about 20 feet away, crouched behind a tree. Not a bear. Person. Someone was hiding near the cabin. I froze. The figure moved silently and disappeared behind the trees. I ran back inside, slammed the door, and barricaded it again. I tried to calm down, but I knew I wasn't alone. I checked the windows. Most had curtains drawn, but some were small and easy to peer through. I scanned the forest, trying to spot movement. Hours passed with nothing. At dawn, I peeked outside again. The forest was empty. I went to the car and checked it over. The tires were intact, no scratches or marks. I packed quickly, but before I left, I looked around the cabin yard. There were footprints, not animal prints, human. They circled the cabin. Large boots, deep in the dirt. No one was supposed to be here. I drove off without looking back. On the drive home, my mind raced with questions. Who was out there? What did they want? Why did they hang around my cabin all night? When I got back to my apartment, I called the cabin rental company and told them what happened. They said they had no idea. But when I asked if anyone else had reported anything strange, the voice on the other end paused, then quietly said that some people who rented the cabin had noticed strange noises at night, footsteps, or things moving in the woods, but no one had ever seen anyone. They warned me to be careful next time. I never went back to that cabin. The experience left me shaken. It taught me that isolation can make you vulnerable in ways you don't expect. That not all dangers are supernatural or imagined. Some are very real. And sometimes, the quiet of the woods hides more than just trees. I never thought I'd find myself in a situation like that. I mean, I had been camping before, hiking through the woods, even stayed in a few cabins over the years, but this was something entirely different. It wasn't just about being alone in the woods or feeling a little uneasy because of the dark. No, this was a deep, gnawing kind of fear, one that got under your skin and stayed there for days. It started in late October, just as the leaves were turning and the air was getting crisp and cold. I had decided to take a weekend for myself, to disconnect from everything. My phone, work, the city noise, the endless chatter that never seemed to stop. I found a cabin online through a small rental site, a place that promised quiet, privacy, and nature just outside the door. The pictures looked inviting. A small wooden cabin, a stone chimney, and thick trees all around. It seemed perfect. When I arrived, the sun was already dipping behind the trees. The road leading up to the cabin was rough, narrow, and covered with a thin layer of dead leaves that crackled under my tires. No other cars passed me on the way there. The air smelled fresh, like wet wood and earth, and the wind blew gently, rustling the branches. Felt peaceful. I parked in a small clearing beside the cabin and took a deep breath. The cabin itself was small but sturdy, made from dark pine logs, with a metal roof that glinted faintly under the last light of day. I grabbed my backpack and stepped inside. It smelled like old wood and dust, but it was clean and dry. There was a fireplace with some chopped wood stacked neatly beside it, a small kitchen area with a sink and a stove, and a few shelves with old cookbooks and jars of spices. A narrow stairway led up to a loft where the bed was tucked away. The windows were thick and small, letting in little light but enough to see the silhouettes of trees outside. I dropped my bag, unpacked some food, and started a fire in the fireplace. The warm glow filled the room and pushed back the growing darkness outside. I ate some canned soup and bread, then sat back in an old wooden chair, staring at the fire as it crackled and popped. The silence was deep. No cars, no people, just the wind and the occasional creak of the cabin settling on its foundation. As the night grew colder, I climbed into the loft bed, pulling the blanket tight around me. The quiet was complete. I felt at ease, almost too much so. But something in the back of my mind was uneasy, like a faint alarm going off, warning me that I wasn't as alone as I thought. The first few hours passed without incident. I drifted in and out of sleep, the fire dying low beneath me. Then, just past midnight, I heard it, the faint sound of footsteps outside. At first, I thought maybe it was an animal, a deer or a raccoon moving through the underbrush, but the steps were too heavy, deliberate, slow. They weren't random or skittering. They sounded like someone walking carefully, trying not to make noise but unable to help the creaks in the leaves. I froze, my heart beating fast. The cabin's wooden floorboards felt too thin, the windows too small to give any real sense of what was outside. I didn't want to look, but I had to know. I got out of bed slowly, careful not to make a sound, and crept toward the window. Peering out, I saw nothing but dark trees and shadows, a pale moon casting ghostly light on the ground. No sign of a person, no flashlight, no silhouette. The footsteps had stopped. I tried to calm down, telling myself it was probably just my imagination or a deer. But then I heard something else, a soft scraping noise at the back door. It wasn't loud, but in the quiet night, it was clear as day. Someone was there. Someone was outside the cabin trying to get in. I backed away, heart pounding, and grabbed the heavy metal poker from beside the fireplace. I locked the front door and checked the windows. Everything was shut tight. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. I spent the rest of the night in the loft, fire nearly out, listening. The footsteps came and went, slow scraping noises at the door, twigs breaking in the forest just outside. No one ever tried to force the door, but the presence was clear. Morning never came quickly enough. When dawn finally broke, I lit a fire again, brewed some coffee, and tried to think clearly. I wanted to leave, to pack my things and drive back, but my car was stuck in the dirt road covered with wet leaves, and I had no cell reception to call for help. The nearest town was miles away. During the day, I walked around the cabin, checking the perimeter. I found some footprints in the mud, heavy boots, too big for me. They circled the cabin, but didn't come too close to the windows. Whoever had been there was careful, patient. They hadn't tried to break in, but had made it clear they were around. I spent the rest of the day barricading the cabin. I piled some heavy logs against the door, nailed planks over the windows. I grabbed my hunting knife from the backpack and kept it close. The sun sank quickly, and the dark forest closed in again. That night was worse than the first. The footsteps returned, louder this time, circling the cabin in slow, deliberate movements. I heard breathing, soft but heavy, through the thin walls. The scraping at the door lasted longer. At one point, I heard a low, guttural sound, like someone muttering or whispering under their breath, but the words were impossible to make out. It sent chills down my spine. I stayed awake, sitting by the fire with the poker in my hands, staring at the shadows outside the windows. I watched as a figure slowly moved between the trees, just at the edge of the clearing. It was a man, tall, bulky, wearing a dark jacket and a cap pulled low. He didn't move quickly, just pacing, waiting. I didn't dare call out or make any noise. Instead, I kept my eyes on him, heart pounding. Eventually, he disappeared back into the woods, footsteps fading into silence. The next day I tried to leave, but my car still wouldn't start. The battery was dead, or maybe the cold had frozen the engine. I tried to get a signal on my phone. Nothing. The forest around me was dense and quiet, the only sounds the occasional bird or squirrel. I spent the day exploring the woods, looking for a way out or a road, but every path I took seemed to circle back toward the cabin. It felt like the forest was trapping me, keeping me inside. At night, the footsteps returned again, every night, growing bolder. One evening, I noticed the front door handle had fresh scratch marks, deep and jagged, as if someone had tried to pry it open. I reinforced the door again and again, but I knew it was only a matter of time. One night I heard a voice, not a shout or scream, just a low, rough whisper. It wasn't coming from inside the cabin but outside, just beyond the window. I couldn't make out what it said, but the tone was angry, frustrated. Someone was definitely out there, and they were getting closer. I realized I couldn't stay in the cabin forever. I needed to get help. I remembered a ranger station marked on the map I had brought. It was about 6 miles away, through thick forest and uneven ground. I couldn't rely on my phone, so I packed a small bag with water, some food, and my knife, and planned to hike out at first light. The morning was cold and gray, with low clouds and a steady drizzle. I locked the cabin door behind me and headed into the woods, trying to keep calm. The trail was rough, covered in wet leaves and broken branches. The trees loomed overhead, blocking most of the sky. My boots slipped in the mud a few times, and my legs ached from the effort. After a couple of hours, I heard something behind me, a rustling, a breaking of twigs. I stopped and turned slowly. No one was there, but I felt eyes watching me from the shadows. I kept walking, faster now, until I saw a small clearing ahead. In the distance, I spotted the ranger station, a squat wooden building with a green roof and a small porch. Relief washed over me. I was almost out. I reached the door and knocked hard. After a moment, a man appeared, dressed in dark green with a badge pinned to his shirt. He looked tired but alert. I explained my situation, telling him about the footsteps, the noises, the man outside my cabin. He nodded gravely and radioed for backup. He told me the area had seen some strange activity lately, some illegal hunting, trespassing, and reports of a suspicious man hanging around cabins. They sent a search team to check my cabin. They found footprints, broken branches, and the scratch marks on the door. The man I had seen was known in the area for threatening campers and stealing supplies. He had a criminal record and was wanted by the police. I stayed at the ranger station for the night, safe for the first time in days. The officers promised to patrol the area more often, and I arranged for someone to come pick me up in the morning. Looking back, I realized how lucky I was. The woods were not haunted by ghosts or monsters, but by people willing to use fear and silence to hunt others. My own mind tried to twist every sound into something worse, but the danger was very real. I had been planning this trip for months. I wanted to get away from the city and all the noise and stress of work and people. The plan was simple: spend a week alone in a small cabin deep in the woods, No internet, no phone signal, no distractions. Just me, the forest, and my thoughts. I thought it would be peaceful, maybe even healing. The cabin was tucked away in a remote part of the mountains, far from any roads or towns. I drove for hours on a narrow, twisting gravel road, watching as the trees thickened and the sky grew dimmer under the heavy canopy. The air smelled sharp and clean, like pine and wet earth. When I finally pulled up to the cabin, it was just as I had hoped: small, weathered, and quiet, surrounded by tall evergreens and thick bushes. The wood was gray and cracked in places, and the windows had a thin layer of grime, but it felt sturdy. It had an old porch with a rusty metal chair and a small wooden table, both covered with dried leaves and pine needles. I parked my car just off to the side, grabbed my backpack, and walked toward the cabin. The sun was low now, casting long shadows across the clearing. I unlocked the door and stepped inside. The cabin smelled of damp wood and musty blankets. It was cold, even though it was early fall, so I found the wood stove in the corner and stacked some dry logs inside. The cabin was simple: a small kitchen with an old sink and a few shelves, a table with 2 chairs, a single bedroom with a bed that looked like it had seen better days, and a tiny bathroom with a cold water faucet. I unpacked my things slowly. I brought some canned food, fresh vegetables, bottled water, and a small supply of firewood. My plan was to live simply, cook all my meals on the stove, and read books I had brought. I had even packed a notebook, hoping to write a little every day. That first night was quiet. The wind whispered through the trees, and I could hear small animals rustling in the underbrush. The only light came from the flickering fire in the stove and the weak glow of my flashlight when I used it. I felt a strange mix of excitement and nervousness. I was all alone here, and that was exactly what I wanted. I tried to sleep, but the thin mattress creaked beneath me, and the cold seeped through the walls. The silence was overwhelming. I could hear every little sound: the drip of condensation on the roof, the soft crunch of leaves outside, the distant call of a lone owl. It felt like the forest was watching. The next day, I explored the area around the cabin. The forest was dense, with tall pines and thick undergrowth. There was a small creek not far from the cabin, where the water ran clear and cold over smooth rocks. I followed the creek for a while, enjoying the peaceful sound of flowing water and the fresh smell of moss and wet stone. I found some wild berries, but I was careful not to eat anything unfamiliar. I marked a few paths in my notebook just in case. I spent the day reading and writing, occasionally stoking the fire and cooking simple meals. As the sun went down, the cabin grew colder again. I built a bigger fire and wrapped myself in a thick blanket. Outside, the wind picked up, rattling the windows and pushing branches against the walls. That night, something changed. I was lying in bed, trying to fall asleep, when I heard it. A faint noise, like footsteps outside the cabin. Slow, deliberate, and steady. My heart jumped, and I sat up quietly. I listened carefully. The sound stopped suddenly, replaced by silence. Then, a soft scraping noise, like someone brushing against the wooden siding. My mind raced. There was no road nearby, no trails. The nearest neighbor was miles away. Who or what could be outside? I tried to convince myself it was just an animal, a deer, maybe, or a raccoon. But the footsteps had sounded too heavy, too slow to be a small animal. I got up and looked out the window, but the darkness was thick and nothing was visible. I didn't want to open the door and step outside alone in the dark. I went back to bed but slept fitfully. Every creak or rustle made me jump. I kept the fire burning through the night, watching the flames flicker and listening for any sounds. When morning came, I felt exhausted. Over the next few days, the strange noises continued. Footsteps outside the cabin, the scrape of something moving against the wood, faint thuds that sounded like something heavy being dropped nearby. I checked all the doors and windows carefully. Everything was locked tight. There was no sign of forced entry or damage. I also noticed that my supplies were slightly disturbed. A can of beans that I had left on the table was knocked over. A few matches were missing from my box. The firewood stack had shifted slightly. It was subtle, but I was sure I had not moved those things. Someone or something else was here, I kept my phone with me, hoping for a signal, but the reception was non-existent. No calls, no messages, no emergency services. I was truly isolated. One afternoon, I decided to take a walk down the gravel road to see if I could find any sign of another person or a vehicle. The forest was dense and the road narrow. I walked for nearly an hour but saw no footprints, no tire tracks, no campsites. It was as if no one else had been here in years. On the way back, I saw something strange. A circle of stones, about 4 feet in diameter, with a few sticks arranged in a crude pattern inside it. It looked like someone had made a small fire ring or a marker. I took a photo with my camera and marked its location in my notebook. I didn't like it. Felt like someone was watching me, marking territory. That night, the noises were worse. The footsteps were heavier, closer, and the scraping sounded like someone was trying to pry the wooden walls. I didn't sleep again. I sat by the fire with a large knife I had in my backpack, waiting for daylight. On the 4th night, I heard voices, whispered, low and urgent. I couldn't make out the words, but the tone was clear. Someone was outside the cabin, talking quietly, probably to another person. My heart pounded so hard I thought they would hear it. I stayed perfectly still, barely breathing, gripping the knife tightly. The voices stopped after a few minutes. Then came silence. I waited until dawn, then slowly opened the door with my knife ready. Outside, there was no one. The forest looked normal. The only trace was the stone circle, which had been moved closer to the cabin, now only a few feet from the porch. The sticks inside were broken. I was scared, but I knew I couldn't leave yet. I had come to the woods to be alone, and even though I felt watched and threatened, I wasn't ready to give up. I took extra precautions. I piled heavy logs against the door, covered the windows with thick blankets to block any light, and kept the fire burning all night. I started to notice other things too, strange marks on the trees around the cabin. Scratches deep into the bark, some even looking like letters or symbols. I didn't understand what they meant, but they weren't natural. Whoever had done this wanted me to see. The following day, I found footprints in the dirt near the cabin. Big, heavy prints, deeper than mine. They came close to the porch and then disappeared into the forest. I followed them for a bit, but lost the trail in the underbrush. I stopped leaving the cabin except for quick trips to get water from the creek. I kept my knife with me, and every sound made me jump. I slept with one eye open, listening for the slightest noise. By the 6th day, I was physically and mentally exhausted. My food was running low. I was cold all the time, and my skin was pale from lack of sunlight. I was also terrified. On the last night, the footsteps came again. This time, they circled the cabin slowly, step by step, for over an hour. I sat frozen by the fire, clutching the knife and praying I would survive the night. At dawn, the footsteps stopped. I decided to leave immediately. I packed my things quickly, not caring about leaving anything behind. The moment I opened the door, I scanned the forest. It was quiet. No sign of whoever or whatever had been stalking me. I ran to my car, loaded my backpack, and started the engine. The gravel road was just as lonely, but I didn't care. I drove fast, looking in the rearview mirror constantly. When I finally reached the main highway, the relief was overwhelming. I pulled into the first gas station I found and called the police. I reported the strange happenings and the noises outside the cabin. They told me they would send someone out, but with no cell reception, no direct address, and a remote location, it could take time. In the following days, I learned the area was known for occasional poachers and people living off the grid. Some locals mentioned stories of trespassers and people disappearing, but nothing official. No arrests, no news reports. I never went back to the cabin. I kept my experiences to myself mostly, except for close family. The weeks after, I struggled with anxiety and sleep problems. I would jump at every noise, but eventually the fear faded. Looking back, I realized how vulnerable I was. Out there alone, with no way to call for help, surrounded by I remember that trip like it was yesterday, even though it happened almost a year ago. I had been feeling burned out for months, working nonstop, dealing with the usual stresses of life, and feeling like I was always running on empty. I needed a break, a real break away from the noise, from people, from everything. The thought of a quiet cabin in the woods, surrounded by nothing but trees and silence, seemed perfect. I found a small cabin rental deep in the forest, about 3 hours from the city where I lived. It was nothing fancy, just a simple wooden structure with 1 bedroom, a small kitchen, and a wood stove for heat. No internet, no phone signal. Exactly what I wanted. The drive there was long but peaceful. As I left the highway and took the winding country roads, the sky was overcast and the air smelled like wet earth and pine. The kind of smell that makes you feel calm, like the world is slowing down just for you. I parked my car near the cabin, unloaded my bags, and took a deep breath. The forest was thick, tall trees all around, and the only sound was the wind in the branches and distant bird calls. The cabin was clean but rustic. The wooden floor creaked when I walked, and there was a faint smell of old wood mixed with something like burnt leaves. I unpacked slowly, setting out a few supplies, some food, water, books, and warm clothes. I lit a fire in the stove. The crackling sound was comforting in the quiet. That first night, I felt peaceful but a little uneasy. It was too quiet, too still. The kind of stillness that feels like the whole forest is watching you. I tried to ignore it, telling myself it was just my mind playing tricks after being around city noise for so long. I set an alarm for the morning, hoping to get a good night's sleep, but I didn't sleep well. The wind picked up in the night and rattled the windows. At one point, I woke up to a strange noise, a soft scraping, like something dragging itself on the ground outside. I lay still, listening, trying not to breathe too loud. The sound stopped after a few minutes. I thought maybe it was an animal. The next day, I explored around the cabin. The forest was dense but beautiful, with moss-covered rocks and fallen logs. I stayed close, not wanting to get lost. I collected some dry wood for the stove and took a few pictures with my phone, hoping to capture the quiet beauty. There were no other people nearby, just me and the forest. That afternoon, I noticed something strange on the path near the cabin. There were footprints in the soft dirt, too big to be mine and too deep to be from a small animal. They looked fresh. I followed the tracks a little, but they disappeared after a while near a thicket. I felt a cold knot in my stomach, but told myself maybe someone else was camping nearby. The second night was worse than the first. The wind blew harder, and I kept hearing noises. Twigs snapping, leaves rustling just beyond the windows. Every time I tried to relax, I caught glimpses of movement through the thin curtains. Sometimes it looked like a shadow, sometimes just a dark shape shifting behind the trees. I kept telling myself it was an animal or the wind making things move. But sleep didn't come easy. I kept the stove fire burning all night for comfort and light. The next morning, I decided to leave the cabin and head back early. I packed quickly and stepped outside. The forest was different in the daylight, less mysterious, but still imposing. Then I saw something that stopped me cold. Near the back of the cabin, just off the main path, there was a pile of broken branches and twigs arranged in a rough circle. It looked deliberate, like someone had made a crude campfire circle. But there was no fire, just the wood and leaves smashed together. I looked around but saw no sign of people. No trash, no footprints, nothing. Felt wrong. I hurried back to the car, my heart racing. When I got back on the road, I kept looking in the rearview mirror, half expecting to see someone following me. But there was nothing, just the forest stretching behind me. Driving back, I tried to shake the feeling of being watched, but it stayed with me even after I was back home. For weeks afterward, I couldn't stop thinking about those footprints, that circle of branches. Who else had been out there? Had I been alone after all? After that trip, I told myself it was just the isolation getting to me. Forests can be strange places, full of animals and people who want to be alone just like I did. I tried to push the memories away, but something gnawed at me every time I closed my eyes. A few weeks later, I started hearing strange noises at my own home at night, the same kind of scraping and rustling I heard in the cabin. I thought it was just city sounds or maybe the wind again. One night, I woke up suddenly to the sound of my back door creaking open. My house is old but secure. The door should have been locked. I froze, heart pounding, barely daring to breathe. I grabbed my phone, but there was no signal, just like the cabin. My hands shook. I waited, eyes wide open, watching the door. Nothing moved. After what felt like hours, I finally got the nerve to get up and check. The door was slightly ajar, muddy footprints on the porch. That was when I realized something had followed me home. I called the police, but they said there was no one around. No signs of forced entry. Nothing unusual except the footprints. The officers suggested maybe I forgot to lock the door properly. I wasn't convinced. For months after that, I checked every lock twice, installed cameras, changed routines. I was careful not to go back to the cabin or anywhere near that forest again. I got a call from the rental company about the cabin. They said the cabin had been broken into a few days after I left. Someone had damaged the door and left trash behind. Nothing was stolen, but the police had been called. I felt sick. I realized the footprints I saw near the cabin must have belonged to whoever broke in. They were probably watching me the whole time I stayed there. All the noises, the shadows, the feeling of being watched. It wasn't my imagination. It was real. Now, I live in a different city. I keep my doors locked, my windows shut tight. I don't travel alone anymore, especially not to places without phone signals or people nearby. The quiet I once craved feels dangerous now. I learned that sometimes being alone is not the same as being safe. That nature and isolation can hide things you don't want to find. That not all dangers come from monsters or ghosts. Sometimes they come from other people watching, waiting. I never found out who was at the cabin or what they wanted. Maybe they were just trespassers or campers looking for a secret spot. Maybe something worse. But what I do know is this: when you're truly alone in the woods and someone else is there watching you, the silence is the loudest warning you'll ever hear. I'll never forget that. I never thought a simple weekend away could turn into something I'd never forget. Something that would change how I look at being alone in the woods forever. It wasn't anything supernatural. No ghosts, no magic. Just real things that happened and made me realize how dangerous and unpredictable nature and people can be. I've always loved the idea of cabins in the woods. There's something peaceful about the thought of leaving everything behind for a few days. No phones, no noise, just the quiet sounds of the forest. I'd been saving up for months to rent a small cabin in a remote part of the mountains, far from any towns or neighbors. The idea was simple: pack some food, bring my sleeping bag, and spend a few days alone reading, hiking, and clearing my head. Life had been stressful with work and family stuff, and I needed a break. I found a cabin online, a small place with no electricity or running water, just a wood stove, a bunk bed, and a small kitchen area. The pictures looked cozy enough, and the owner said it was about 2 miles from the nearest road, accessible by a dirt path. Perfect. It was priced reasonably, so I booked it for a long weekend. The day I left, I packed everything carefully. A big backpack with canned food, a flashlight, a lighter, extra batteries, a first aid kit, and plenty of water. I was used to camping, but this was different. A cabin meant I could be a bit more comfortable. I left early in the morning, driving for hours until I reached a tiny town on the edge of the mountains. From there, the dirt road started narrow, winding, and lined by thick trees that blocked out the sun most of the way. The last stretch was rough. My small car struggled through potholes and mud patches, but I finally reached a parking spot at the end of the road. From there, I had to carry everything on foot. The trail was barely marked, a narrow path covered in fallen leaves and roots. I remember the air smelled like pine and wet earth. It was quiet. No birds, no wind, just the occasional creak of old trees. After about an hour, I saw the cabin through the trees. It was exactly as the photos had shown. Small, weathered wood with a stone chimney. The porch was covered in dead leaves, and the windows were dusty, but it looked solid. I unlocked the door with the key the owner had left in a hidden box nearby. Inside, the air smelled stale but clean. There was a small table and 2 chairs, a wood stove in the corner, and a bunk bed pushed against the wall. I set my pack down and opened the windows to let fresh air in. I decided to start a fire to warm the place and cook some soup. It took a while to get the fire going. The wood was damp, and the smoke filled the room at first. But soon the cabin was warm, and the smell of burning pine filled the air. I spent the afternoon unpacking and exploring the area around the cabin. The trees were tall and close, and the forest floor was covered in moss and small plants. I found a small creek nearby, clear and cold. I filled my water bottle and sat on a rock, listening to the sound of water running over stones. As evening came, I cooked my dinner on the stove, just canned soup heated in a pot. Tasted better than I expected after a long day of hiking. I sat by the fire with a book and my flashlight, feeling relaxed and content. But as night fell, things started to feel different. The first thing I noticed was the silence. It was so deep it felt unnatural. Usually, in the woods, you hear the rustle of animals, the hoot of an owl, or the buzz of insects. But here, nothing. Not a single sound. I checked my watch around 9 p.m., but the woods felt like they were holding their breath. I tried to shake off the feeling and went to bed early. The bunk bed creaked as I lay down, and I listened to the soft crackling of the fire dying out. The cabin felt small and closed in, but I told myself that was normal. I was alone out here after all. At some point during the night, I woke up. It was hard to tell exactly when because there was no clock and I had no phone signal to check. But something was off. The air felt colder, and the darkness seemed thicker. I could hear a faint noise, like someone moving outside. I sat up slowly and strained my ears. The sound was soft, but definite. Footsteps on dry leaves, slow and deliberate, coming from the direction of the porch. My heart started to race. I grabbed my flashlight from the table and quietly moved to the door. The cabin's windows were dark, but I could see the outline of the porch light, a small lantern that the owner left hanging. It was swinging slightly, and the sound of the footsteps stopped just outside. I didn't want to open the door. I didn't want to make a sound that would give away my presence. The footsteps started again, this time moving toward the side of the cabin, where there was no window. The crunching of leaves moved slowly and then stopped. I felt trapped. My mind raced through what I could do. I had no phone signal to call for help. The nearest road was 2 miles away, and at night that would be dangerous to navigate alone. I thought about grabbing the biggest knife I had brought for camping, but the noise made me freeze. Suddenly, I heard a different sound, something scratching at the side of the cabin. Sharp, quick scratches that made my skin crawl. Whatever it was trying to get inside. I switched on my flashlight and shone it out the window. The beam caught a figure crouching near the wall. It was a man. He was wearing dark clothes and a hood, his face mostly hidden in shadows. His eyes caught the light for a moment, dark and cold. I dropped the flashlight in shock. The man looked up and stood slowly, moving away into the trees. I locked the door quickly and pulled the curtains shut. My hands shook so badly I could barely light the stove again. I sat by the fire, clutching the knife, every noise outside making me jump. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. I kept listening for footsteps or scratching, but the forest stayed quiet. The first light, I decided I had to get out. Staying in the cabin overnight with that man nearby was too dangerous. I packed quickly, grabbed my backpack, and opened the door carefully. The forest looked normal in the morning light. Trees swaying in a gentle breeze, birds singing, and the creek sparkling nearby. But the feeling of being watched stayed with me. I hurried down the path to the car, scanning the trees behind me. I didn't want to look back. When I reached the dirt road, I was relieved. The car started without trouble, and I didn't stop until I was back in the town, safe and surrounded by people. After that trip, I learned a few things. 1, nature can be peaceful, but it can also be dangerous when you're alone and unprepared. 2, there are people who live or hide in places like this, not friendly hikers or campers, but ones with bad intentions. And 3, no matter how much you think you can handle being alone, sometimes the best safety is being with others or at least letting someone know exactly where you are. I never went back to that cabin. The owner never answered my messages again, and when I checked online, the listing was gone. The memory of those footsteps, the scratching at the cabin wall, and the cold eyes watching me stay with me still. But it wasn't ghosts or monsters. It was real, and it taught me to respect the woods and the people in a different way. I had been working long hours at the construction site for most of the summer, and by the time September rolled around, I was completely burned out. I needed time away from everything, no machines, no phones, no people, just silence. I remembered a small cabin my uncle used to take me to in northern Michigan when I was a teenager. It sat deep in the woods, far off any main road, surrounded by thick pine trees and far from cell reception. My uncle had passed away a few years ago, but the cabin was still in the family, mostly forgotten and untouched. I packed light, some canned food, water, a sleeping bag, basic tools, a hunting knife, and a heavy flashlight. I also brought an old battery-powered radio just in case. I didn't plan to be gone long, for maybe 5 days. I told my boss where I'd be, left a note for my neighbor to check my place in case anything came up, and hit the road early on a Thursday morning. The drive took about 7 hours. The last hour was the hardest, winding down a narrow dirt trail barely wide enough for my truck. Trees pressed in from both sides like walls, and the late afternoon light made long shadows stretch across the path. The air got cooler, damper. It had that earthy smell that I always liked. Wet leaves, moss, pine sap. Eventually, I pulled up to the clearing where the cabin sat. It looked just like I remembered it, maybe a little more run down. The roof sagged slightly at one corner, and the windows were dusty and streaked. Still, it was sturdy, built from thick logs and sitting on a foundation of stacked stones. There was a small porch out front and an old fire ring off to the side with a few moss-covered stumps around it. Felt like stepping back in time. Inside, the place smelled of old wood and dust. Everything was still in place. The table, the shelves lined with chipped enamel mugs and plates, a rusted lantern, a heavy wood stove in the corner. I swept the floor, opened the windows, and unpacked. There was no electricity, but there were still some candles in a drawer. I set everything up the way I liked and settled in. That first night was peaceful. I sat on the porch for a while, watching the trees sway in the breeze, listening to the crickets and the occasional hoot of an owl. No cars, no sirens, no distant chatter, just quiet. I cooked a simple meal over the wood stove and went to bed early. The next morning, I woke up feeling better than I had in weeks. The air was crisp. I made some instant coffee, then went for a walk around the area. There was a narrow trail behind the cabin that led down to a shallow stream. I followed it for a while, spotting deer tracks and some old signs of logging, rusted cans, bits of rope, and broken boards. It was clear no one had been here in a long time. By the third day, I had settled into a rhythm. I'd hike during the day, read or nap in the afternoon, and light a fire outside in the evenings. But I started noticing a few strange things. It started with the trees. Some of them looked like they had been cut recently, not down by storms or age, but sawed clean through. But the cuts were odd. Not clean like a chainsaw would make, but rough, almost like someone had used a dull blade or hacked away at them. There were also odd piles of sticks stacked in certain ways, like little teepees or stars. I figured maybe some kids had found the place over the summer and were messing around. Then I started hearing things at night. Not animals, not wind. It was subtle at first. Twigs snapping, rustling in the brush. One night, I heard something like soft footsteps circling the cabin. I froze, knife in hand, standing just inside the door with the lights off, listening. Nothing ever came close enough for me to see anything, but it left me unsettled. I didn't sleep well after that. The next morning, I found footprints near the fire ring. Barefoot, human. The prints were small, like from a child, but they were deep. Whoever left them had been standing there for a while. I walked a wide circle around the cabin, looking for more, but found nothing. I tried to stay calm. Maybe they were old. Maybe I missed them before. That evening, I decided not to light a fire. I stayed inside with the flashlight, listening. Around midnight, I heard movement again. This time it was heavier, slower, like someone dragging their feet. Then it stopped. I held my breath. A few minutes later, I heard the soft creak of the porch. I pointed the flashlight at the door, heart pounding, but saw nothing. Still, I stayed awake the rest of the night. In the morning, I found scratches on the wood just under the window. Long, shallow, but clearly made by fingers or nails. My gut twisted. I packed my things fast. I didn't care if it was a prank, some squatter, or just some creepy local kid. I was done. I locked up the cabin and got in the truck. I didn't even make it a mile before I had to stop. A tree had fallen across the narrow path. It wasn't huge, but it was thick enough that I couldn't drive over or around it. I got out and checked it. It hadn't snapped naturally, the cut was obvious. Someone had sawed it down. I didn't have a chainsaw, but I had an axe in the truck. I started chopping, sweat pouring down my back even in the cool morning air. It took almost 2 hours to clear enough space to get through. All the while, I kept glancing over my shoulder, sure I was being watched. Once the truck was through, I didn't stop again until I hit pavement. Back home, I didn't tell anyone what happened. Not at first. I tried to forget it. I went back to work, back to routine. But something stuck with me. A few nights later, I woke up from a dream about the cabin. I was inside trying to get out, but the door was stuck. Something was pressing against the walls from outside, slowly caving them in. A week after that, I got a call from my cousin. He told me someone had broken into the cabin. A ranger found it while doing a seasonal check of nearby trails. The door was wide open. Inside, everything had been torn apart. The furniture was smashed. The mattress had been dragged out into the yard and shredded. There were handprints on the walls. Tiny, dark handprints, dozens of them. The county sheriff said it was probably vandals. Kids or maybe squatters. They didn't find anyone. No leads. Nothing was taken, just destroyed. My cousin said they were thinking about tearing the place down. I told him they should. That place is different now. Something about it changed. Or maybe something was always there, and I just didn't notice when I was younger. Either way, I'm not going back. I keep the lights on at night now, and I double-check the locks before bed. Sometimes I still wake up in the middle of the night, thinking I hear something moving around outside, but it's never there. Still, I don't camp alone anymore, and I won't go near those woods again. Started as a plan to get away for a bit. Life had been weighing down on me. Work, bills, the noise of the city, the same routine every day. I needed to breathe somewhere quiet. So I took some vacation days and booked a remote cabin up in the Upper Peninsula of Michigan. I didn't want anything fancy. I found an old one-room cabin listed on a simple website for off-the-grid rentals. It was buried deep in the woods, an hour away from the closest town. There was no cell service, no Wi-Fi, no electricity. Just a propane stove, an outhouse, a fireplace, and silence. That's exactly what I was looking for. The drive up took me nearly 12 hours from Indianapolis. I packed enough supplies to last me a week. Non-perishable food, a cooler full of ice, water jugs, a camping stove in case the propane one didn't work, flashlights, batteries, and a small generator I barely knew how to use. I brought a couple books, a notepad, and a sleeping bag. I didn't tell anyone the exact location, just said I was heading to Michigan for some time alone. I figured that was enough. I arrived in the late afternoon. The dirt road leading to the cabin was more like a trail, barely wide enough for my car. Trees leaned in from both sides, and I had to drive slowly to avoid scraping the car. When I finally pulled up in front of the cabin, I felt some relief. The place was old, but sturdy. Wooden walls stained dark from years of weather, a small porch, a roof heavy with moss, and a metal chimney poking out from the side. The air was crisp and cool, and I remember thinking it smelled like pine and cold earth. I unpacked my things, brought them inside, and checked the cabin. One main room like I expected. There was a single bed frame with a mattress that looked like it had seen better days. A small kitchen area with shelves and an old propane stove that surprisingly worked when I tested it. There was a fireplace on one wall, a little table with a chair, and a pile of chopped wood stacked neatly in the corner. I lit a couple lanterns, heated up some canned chili, and ate quietly while listening to the sound of wind moving through the trees outside. The first night was peaceful. I laid in bed, wrapped in my sleeping bag, listening to the fireplace crackle and the forest outside settling in for the night. No cars, no sirens, no voices, just wind, the occasional rustle of leaves, and my own breathing. I fell asleep easily. The next few days were the same. I hiked nearby trails, chopped more wood, read books, and wrote in the notepad. I didn't see a single person. Not a hiker, not a ranger, not even a birdwatcher. That was fine with me. I liked the isolation. It gave my brain a break. But around the fourth night, something changed. It started with a sound. Just after midnight, I woke up for no reason. At first, I thought it was the fire dying down, but then I heard a soft scraping noise, like something dragging along the outside wall of the cabin. It moved slowly, from one end of the cabin to the other. I sat up and listened, heart thudding a little harder. I thought maybe it was a branch swaying in the wind, but the air had been still when I went to bed. I waited, holding my breath. The noise stopped. Then a few minutes later, it started again, this time on the opposite wall. Slow, dragging, then a soft thump, like something hitting the wall gently. I didn't have any weapons with me, just a hatchet I used for wood. I grabbed it and stood there in the dark, ears straining. But the noise stopped again. I didn't go outside. I just waited by the fireplace until dawn. In the morning, I walked around the cabin. The ground was covered in pine needles and old leaves, but I thought I saw faint impressions in the dirt, like something had been dragged. No animal tracks, no claw marks, just smooth, wide grooves that curved around the cabin like someone had paced around it, dragging something heavy. I told myself it was probably an animal, maybe a deer or a raccoon, maybe even a bear. But deep down, I knew it didn't feel right. I kept the hatchet by my bed the next night. That night, the noise came again. Same time, but this time it wasn't just scraping. I heard something tapping on the window. Slow, deliberate taps like someone using one finger. I had only one window in the cabin, on the side opposite the fireplace. I didn't go look. Couldn't move. I just sat there in the dark, clutching the hatchet, waiting for it to stop. It did eventually, maybe after an hour, maybe less. Time felt strange in that kind of darkness. I didn't sleep much after that. I tried convincing myself again that it was just an animal. Woodpeckers, maybe. A raccoon trying to get in. But the fear had settled in my chest by then. The next morning, I walked around again. This time, I noticed something new. On the window, there was a smudge. Just one. Like someone had pressed the flat of their palm against the glass. 5 finger marks, spaced out. Not small like a child's. Not huge either, but definitely human-sized. And there were no prints leading away from the window. No footprints in the soft dirt. No drag marks this time. Just that smudge. I wanted to leave. I thought about it seriously. I even packed some of my things back into the car. But I kept telling myself I was overreacting. That I had driven all this way for peace and quiet, and I was letting my imagination ruin it. I unpacked again. The 5th night, it escalated. Around midnight, I heard something on the porch. Not an animal, not some scratching or tapping. It was footsteps, slow and heavy. Boards creaked under the weight. Then I heard the doorknob jiggle. Once, then again, like someone testing it. I sat up in bed, clutching the hatchet, sweat running down my face. The door didn't open. It was locked, but I still moved a chair in front of it, trying to brace it. Then silence again. The steps retreated. I heard them crunching away through the dirt and leaves. I stayed awake the rest of the night, eyes fixed on the door, jumping at every little sound. By sunrise, I had made up my mind. I was going to leave. I packed everything quickly, not caring how neatly it went into the car. When I went outside to start loading, I saw the footprints. This time there were clear prints in the dirt, leading up to the porch and then away into the woods. They were bare feet, no shoes, and the toes were spread like whoever it was had walked through wet ground recently. I followed them just a little, not far, maybe 20 or 30 feet into the trees. Then I saw the tree. It was a tall pine, but its bark had been stripped in long vertical lines, like claw marks. At the base of the tree there were bones, small ones, maybe squirrel or rabbit, but they had been arranged in a pattern. Not natural. That was enough. I ran back to the cabin, slammed the car door shut, and drove off without looking back. The drive back to town was rough. That narrow road felt longer than before. Every tree felt like it was hiding something. I didn't stop until I reached a gas station 2 hours later. I used their phone to call my brother and told him I'd be heading home early. I didn't sleep much for a few days after getting back. I kept thinking about the sounds, the smudge on the glass, the bare footprints, the bones. I never found out who or what was out there. I never reported it. Who would I even tell? No crime was committed, technically, but I know what I experienced, and I know I'll never go back to that cabin or anywhere near it. Even now, I double-check my locks every night. I keep a flashlight and a bat by my bed. I never go anywhere remote without telling someone the exact location. I still love the idea of peace and quiet, of nature and stillness. But that trip changed something in me. Sometimes, late at night, I think I hear that slow, dragging sound again. Just for a moment. Just long enough to freeze my breath. But it's always quiet after that. At least so far. I won a free weekend at a cabin resort in Montana through a work raffle. Honestly, I didn't even remember entering. A coworker must have put my name in for me. When HR announced it during our Monday morning meeting, I just nodded and smiled. I wasn't exactly thrilled. It had been a busy few weeks at work, and the last thing I thought I needed was to be shipped off to some snowy patch of forest in a state I'd never visited. But after some thinking, I realized it might be good to get away. Just me, the trees, and peace. The place was called Whispering Pines Lodge, somewhere deep in western Montana. It wasn't luxury by any means, but it looked cozy. Wooden cabins, a main lodge, snow-covered hiking trails, a lake that froze over in the winter. The kind of place couples probably escape to for anniversaries. Not the kind of place for a single guy like me, but it was free. I booked my flights, packed some warm clothes, and tried to convince myself that it'd be a relaxing weekend. When I landed in Missoula, a shuttle from the resort was already waiting. The driver, a quiet older man with a heavy jacket and faded baseball cap, didn't say much. He just helped with my bag. Then we drove for almost 2 hours through increasingly empty roads. Snowbanks lined the highway, then gave way to twisting gravel paths lined by pines. As we drove deeper into the forest, I started losing cell service. Bars dropped one by one until the phone was practically a brick. Eventually, we reached the main lodge. It was bigger than I expected. A log building with smoke puffing from the chimney and a few snowmobiles parked nearby. There were people walking around, couples mostly, bundled in ski jackets, some sipping hot drinks out of thermoses. It looked nice, warm, but I wasn't staying there. I checked in at the front desk, and that's when the confusion started. The lady checking me in looked puzzled, scanned her monitor, then asked if I was sure I had a reservation. I handed her the email, and she squinted at it for a while, then finally nodded. She said I had cabin 12. I didn't know anything about the cabins, but the way her eyebrows lifted just slightly made me uneasy. She waved over the driver, whispered something to him, then handed me a map. It showed the main lodge at the center, with cabins clustered around in loose circles. Cabins 1 through 8 were within walking distance of the lodge. 9 through 11 were a short drive away. Cabin 12? That one was nearly 2 miles out, at the far end of a twisting trail, right on the edge of the forest boundary. Apparently, it was usually reserved for people requesting seclusion. I hadn't requested anything, but they were overbooked for the weekend, and my win had been processed weirdly, so they figured I wouldn't mind. They said I could switch cabins if one opened up, but there was no guarantee. For now, I was stuck. The driver took me the rest of the way in a snow-capable ATV, since the trail was too narrow and icy for regular cars. The ride was cold, bumpy, and quiet. He didn't talk much, just pointed at landmarks occasionally. Fallen tree here, frozen creek there. Eventually, we pulled up to a clearing surrounded by thick woods. There it was, cabin 12. It looked nice enough. A-frame design, wood-paneled, smoke pipes sticking out of the roof. There was a small deck, a woodpile, and a single light on the porch. It looked cozy, but incredibly alone. No other cabins in sight, just trees. The driver handed me the key, mumbled something about firewood in the back, and left. The engine noise faded until there was nothing but wind. Inside, the cabin was warmer than I expected. It had a wood stove in the corner, a small kitchenette, a bed with a thick quilt, a table with 2 chairs, and a bathroom with a composting toilet and shower. Basic, but enough. A guest book lay on the table with a few handwritten entries. Most were old. The last one was from 6 months ago. I unpacked slowly, checking the windows and testing the locks. Everything worked. I turned on a few lights, boiled water for tea, then sat at the table and looked out into the trees. The quiet hit me hard. Not city quiet, real quiet. No cars, no people. Just the low sound of wind through pine needles and the occasional creak of the cabin settling. I told myself it was peaceful. By nightfall, the temperature had dropped sharply. I fed the wood stove, listened to the fire crackle, and read an old paperback I brought. There was no TV, no Wi-Fi, just the kind of solitude I hadn't felt in years. Then I heard something outside, a branch snapping. It wasn't loud, but it was close, right outside the window. I froze and listened hard, but everything was still again. I brushed it off as a deer or squirrel and went back to reading. Then another snap, this time behind the cabin. I got up, moved to the back window, and looked out. Darkness, just trees, snow, and the faint outline of the woodshed. I didn't see anything, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was near the cabin. Watching, I turned on the outside lights. They cast a yellow glow that barely reached beyond the porch. I stood there for a few minutes, then went back inside and locked the door. It was probably nothing. The rest of the night was uneventful. I eventually fell asleep, buried under the quilt, the stove crackling quietly. The next morning, I woke early. Cold light filtered through the trees. I made coffee, stepped onto the porch, and took in the view. Fresh snow had fallen overnight. My tracks from the day before were mostly gone. But that wasn't what caught my attention. There were new tracks in the snow, boot prints, human-sized, coming from the woods, circling the cabin, then leading back into the trees. I stood there for a long time just staring. The prints weren't mine. I hadn't walked around the cabin, and no one should have been out there. There was no reason for someone to come all the way to cabin 12 in the middle of the night. I followed the prints with my eyes. They led to the back of the cabin, curved around the side, then disappeared into the woods. I went back inside and locked the door again. The day passed slowly. I tried to distract myself, made lunch, read more, even did some stretching to stay warm. But I kept thinking about the prints. I checked the map again. The nearest cabin was over a mile away. There were no hiking trails near mine, no snowmobile tracks, nothing. That night I had trouble sleeping. I kept hearing small noises outside. Not animals, not wind, movement. At one point, something knocked on the side of the cabin. 3 slow knocks. I didn't move. The knock didn't come again. I didn't sleep until morning. When I stepped outside again, there were more boot prints. A second set. These ones were fresher. They came from the woods again, stopped at the window near the bed, then circled back. I packed my bag. I tried using my phone, but there was still no service. The cabin had no landline. I grabbed the radio they provided for emergencies, but when I turned it on, it buzzed with static. I tried different channels. Nothing, just snow. I considered walking back to the lodge. 2 miles in snow wasn't ideal, but I could do it. Then I saw the tracks again. There were more now. 2 sets of prints, overlapping. 1 set of larger boots and another smaller pair. They'd been closer to the cabin than before. Whoever was out there, they weren't just passing by. They were watching. I stayed inside all day. I barricaded the door with a chair and kept the stove going. I checked the windows often, but saw nothing. Just snow falling again. That night, I barely slept. I sat in the chair by the stove, watching the door. Just after midnight, I heard it. Footsteps on the porch. Slow, heavy, then silence. I didn't move. My heart was pounding so loud I could barely hear. The footsteps didn't come back. But in the morning, I found something new. A rope. It had been tied around the woodpile. Just a single loop like a snare. And nearby, a broken branch with what looked like a strip of cloth hanging off it. Like a torn sleeve. I grabbed my bag again, put on my boots, and started walking. I followed the main trail, keeping to the path the ATV had taken. The snow was deep, and my legs burned, but I didn't stop. I didn't want to be out there one more night. About a mile into the hike, I heard it again. Footsteps. Behind me. I didn't turn around. I just walked faster. At one point, I stepped off the path and crouched behind a tree. I waited, listening. Then I saw them. 2 figures, dressed in heavy coats. One tall, one shorter, walking slowly, looking at the ground, like they were tracking me. I didn't wait. I cut through the trees, breaking branches, running through deep snow. I knew I was going the wrong way, but I couldn't let them catch up. Eventually, I stumbled onto another path. This one looked like it had been cleared recently. I followed it, slipping once, scraping my knee, but I kept going. Finally, after what felt like forever, I saw smoke. Then the roof of It started as a last-minute solo trip. I had some time off work in late October, and I didn't want to spend it at home doing nothing. A coworker mentioned a small cabin he'd stayed at the year before up in northern Wisconsin. Remote, quiet, cheap. He gave me the number of the owner, and after a couple of short calls, I had it booked for 5 nights. The drive up was long, about 7 hours total, with the last 2 taking me along narrow, 2-lane roads winding through forests and patches of empty farmland. The further north I got, the less cell service I had. My GPS lost signal around the last 20 minutes of the drive, and I had to rely on printed directions the owner emailed me the day before. Luckily, they were clear enough. I reached the property just before dusk. The cabin was small but solid. Weathered wooden walls, a sloped metal roof, and a short gravel drive that stopped right at the front steps. It sat maybe 200 feet from a small lake, with the tree line starting just beyond the water. There was no one around for miles. I knew that going in, but it still hit a little different seeing it in person. There were no other cabins or houses in sight, just trees, water, and silence. I parked, unpacked my cooler and backpack, and stepped inside. It was basic but comfortable. One main room with a kitchen on one side and a sitting area on the other, then a short hallway with a bedroom and a small bathroom off of it. A wood stove sat in the corner, already stocked with a few logs. There was a small pile of firewood outside under a tarp, along with a hatchet. The owner had left a note on the counter with some info, how to light the stove, where the extra firewood was, the code to unlock the shed, and a reminder that there was no Wi-Fi or reliable phone signal out here. I'd need to drive at least 10 miles back toward town for that. That first night was quiet. I made a simple dinner, read a bit by lantern light, and went to bed early. It was cold, but the stove kept the place warm enough. The wind picked up at night, and I could hear it moving through the trees, hitting the roof in steady gusts. The creaking and shifting sounds of the old cabin didn't bother me. I actually liked it. It felt separate from everything else, cut off, peaceful. I didn't sleep all the way through, but I didn't mind. The next morning, I went for a walk around the lake. There wasn't a trail, just a rough path that circled part of the shoreline. I followed it for about an hour before turning back. There were animal tracks in the dirt and patches of flattened grass where deer had bedded down. I didn't see anyone else. It was just me and the forest. Later that afternoon, I chopped some more firewood. I had brought my own food and enough water for the trip, but I was careful not to waste anything. The cabin ran on a small solar battery setup and a backup generator I hadn't needed yet. Everything worked fine. The water from the tap came from a well. Tasted a little metallic, but it was drinkable. That night, the wind came back stronger. I could hear small branches scratching the roof and one of the shutters on the bedroom window rattling. I made sure it was latched, but it still shook now and then. At one point, something thudded against the side of the cabin. Probably a small branch or a pine cone falling from one of the trees. I told myself not to overthink it. The third day, I hiked further into the woods behind the lake. I followed a dry creek bed for a while and ended up in a dense patch of forest with tall pines and thick underbrush. It was beautiful in a quiet, untouched kind of way. I marked a few trees with colored tape from my backpack to keep track of my route, then made my way back by late afternoon. That night, I lit a fire in the ring outside the cabin and sat out under the stars for a while. It got cold fast after the sun went down, and the sounds of the forest got sharper. Snapping twigs, rustling leaves, the distant call of an owl. I kept the fire going as long as I could before heading in for the night. The next morning, I noticed something strange, a set of footprints in the dirt near the back of the cabin. At first, I thought they were mine, maybe from when I went to check on the firewood or used the outdoor toilet behind the shed. But these were different. The tread pattern wasn't the same as my boots, and the stride was longer. I bent down to get a closer look. They were faint but clear enough to follow. They led around the side of the cabin and toward the trees, then disappeared into the grass. It unsettled me, but I told myself someone could have passed through the area before I arrived. A hunter maybe, or someone hiking off-trail. The prints weren't fresh, maybe a day or two old. I brushed it off and spent most of the day inside reading and writing. I brought a small notebook to jot things down, and I found it helped keep my thoughts in order. That night, I woke up to the sound of something moving outside. It wasn't wind or an animal. It was heavier, more deliberate. Slow footsteps on the gravel outside the front door. I lay still, heart pounding, listening. Then the sound stopped. I waited, barely breathing. A few minutes later, I heard it again, this time near the side window. I didn't have a gun, just a heavy flashlight and the hatchet. I didn't move. I waited until it went quiet again, then stayed awake for the rest of the night. When the sun finally came up, I checked around the cabin. No new footprints, nothing disturbed. I started to wonder if I'd imagined it. Maybe it was a deer or a raccoon, and I was just on edge. Still, I kept the hatchet close for the rest of the day. That afternoon, I hiked back into the woods with the idea of reaching a ridge I'd seen on a topographic map. It was slow going through the brush, and I had to stop a few times to double-check my bearings. At one point, I thought I saw something move between the trees ahead. A dark shape, upright, just at the edge of my vision. I froze, waited, nothing. I walked toward the spot and didn't see anything. Could have been a trick of the light, or my own nerves getting the best of me. When I got back to the cabin, something felt off. The front door was still locked, but the latch on one of the windows wasn't set. I was sure I'd locked it that morning. I checked inside. Nothing looked touched or out of place. My things were where I left them. I started to second-guess myself. Maybe I just missed it. That night, the sounds came back. Footsteps, a soft knock at the wall, then silence. I didn't sleep at all. I sat in the chair by the wood stove, hatchet on my lap, waiting. At some point in the early morning, I heard the shed door creak. I hadn't locked it. When it got light enough, I went out to check. The door was slightly open, swinging in the wind. Inside, things looked normal. Extra firewood, a small gas can, some tools. I didn't see anything missing. I shut it and wedged a piece of wood against the handle. I started packing that afternoon. I didn't sleep the last night. I kept the fire going, kept every light I had on. The sounds came back just before sunrise. Soft footsteps on the gravel, then nothing. When daylight finally came, I loaded up the car and got out. I didn't stop until I was 20 miles south, back on the highway, where my phone started buzzing with delayed messages and updates. I didn't tell anyone the full story, just that the cabin was too remote and I cut the trip short. A week later, the owner called to check in, said everything looked fine when he went to reset the cabin. Nothing broken, nothing missing. He mentioned that it wasn't hunting season yet, so there shouldn't have been anyone in the area. I haven't gone back since. I still think about it sometimes, though. The sounds, the footprints, the unlocked window. I don't know what I heard out there. I don't know who or what was moving around the cabin at night. But I do know I wasn't alone, and I trust that feeling more than anything else. Now, when I plan trips, I stay closer to town. I choose places with other people nearby, where I can see other houses and hear other voices. Maybe it makes me paranoid. Maybe it means I'm missing out on that deep kind of quiet you only get way out in the woods. But I'm okay with that. I learned something out there in that cabin. When something feels wrong, even if you can't explain it, it usually is. Trusting your gut might not sound like much, but out there, it's everything. It was late October when I decided to take a solo trip to a cabin in northern Minnesota. I had a week off work, and I wanted to spend it somewhere quiet. My job had been stressful for months, and I felt like I hadn't taken a full breath in weeks. I didn't want to go anywhere popular or touristy. I wanted isolation, peace, something away from cities and people. I found the cabin through a small rental website. It wasn't on Airbnb or anything big, just a simple site with listings for rural cabins. This one caught my eye because it was described as extremely private, backed up against a forest preserve, and not visible from the road. The photos showed a small A-frame with a tin roof and a chimney. The inside was basic, just a bed, a small kitchen, a wood stove, and a table. No TV, no Wi-Fi. That sounded perfect. The drive took me almost 6 hours. The farther north I got, the fewer cars I saw. Eventually, I turned off the main road onto a dirt path that twisted through pine trees and faded yellow grass. There weren't even power lines anymore. The sun was just starting to dip when I pulled up to the cabin. It was exactly like the photos, maybe a little older. The roof had rust patches, and the windows looked like they hadn't been washed in years, but it stood solid. I unlocked the front door using the key from the lockbox, brought in my bags, and started a fire in the wood stove using the wood stacked inside. It took a few tries to get going, but once it did, the place warmed up fast. The smell of burning pine filled the air. I unpacked some groceries I'd brought and boiled water for instant noodles. I sat on the old wooden chair by the stove and listened to the wind outside. The first night was uneventful. I woke up once around 2 a.m. because something thumped against the wall outside. I figured it was a branch or maybe a deer. I didn't even get up. I just lay there and listened until I drifted back off. The next morning, I woke up early and made coffee on the small propane burner. I took it outside and sat on the steps. The forest was quiet, but not silent. I could hear birds and the occasional snap of a twig. I walked around the cabin a bit, looking at the property. There were no other buildings in sight, just trees. A small trail led off into the woods. It looked like it hadn't been used in a long time. I followed it for a while until it disappeared into thick undergrowth. The second night, I started to feel a little on edge. It was nothing specific. The wind had picked up, and the trees made strange creaking noises. There were no curtains on the windows, and even though no one could see in, I kept thinking I saw movement out of the corner of my eye. I closed the bedroom door and wedged a chair under the knob. I told myself it was silly, but I did it anyway. Around midnight, I woke up to footsteps on the porch. They were slow and heavy, like boots. I held my breath and waited. The steps stopped by the front door. I didn't hear anything else. I lay frozen in bed for maybe 10 minutes. Eventually, I got up and crept to the window. I didn't see anyone. When I opened the door a crack, the porch was empty. The leaves looked undisturbed. I told myself it was just the house settling or maybe a large animal, but something about the steps had sounded too human. The third day, I hiked deeper into the forest. I needed to get my mind off the night before. I packed a small bag with water and snacks and set out around noon. I followed deer trails and climbed over logs, eventually coming across an old hunting blind on stilts. It looked abandoned. I climbed up the ladder, and the view from the top was beautiful. The woods stretched on in every direction. I stayed there for maybe an hour, eating a granola bar and watching the wind push through the trees. But when I climbed down, I noticed something I hadn't seen before. On the ground below the blind, the leaves had been brushed aside in a wide circle. It wasn't natural. Someone had cleared them out, maybe recently. There were no footprints, but the shape was strange, like someone had dragged something heavy. Back at the cabin that evening, I couldn't stop thinking about it. I tried reading, but my mind kept drifting. I didn't want to spend another night inside with no curtains. I found a stack of old bedsheets in a cupboard and tacked them up over the windows. It made me feel slightly better. That night it rained. The sound of water on the tin roof was loud, and the wind howled through the cracks in the walls. I kept hearing things outside, branches snapping, thumps on the ground. I tried to sleep, but every little noise made my heart jump. Around 3 a.m., I heard the footsteps again. This time they were on the side of the cabin, pacing slowly back and forth. I sat up in bed and held a flashlight, though I didn't turn it on. I waited, listening. The steps stopped. Then I heard the creak of the back door. The cabin only had 2 doors, the front and the back. The back one led to a small clearing. I had checked it earlier in the day. It was locked, but now I could hear it creaking open. I jumped up and moved quickly, grabbing the fire poker from beside the stove. I flicked on the light and burst into the kitchen. The door was open, just an inch or two, but definitely open. The rain was falling in sheets, and the wind whipped through the crack. I slammed it shut and bolted it. My heart was racing. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. I sat in the chair with the fire poker in my lap, watching the door until the sky started to lighten. The next morning, I walked around the cabin. There were no footprints in the mud, but the ground was so wet I wasn't surprised. The woods looked the same as always, still and empty. I debated leaving, but part of me didn't want to give up. I had come here to escape, to be alone. I didn't want to be scared off. I stayed inside most of the day. I cooked, read, and double-checked all the locks. I even stacked a few heavy chairs in front of the back door. That night, I went to bed early, hoping the exhaustion would knock me out. Didn't. I lay awake for hours, listening. Around 2 a.m., I heard something new. It wasn't footsteps. It was a scraping noise, like something being dragged across wood. I got up, heart pounding, and crept to the front door. I listened. The noise came again. Slow, deliberate, like something heavy being pulled across the porch. I turned on the outside light. Nothing. I opened the door and looked out. The porch was wet, but empty. Still, the noise had been real. I stepped outside, flashlight in hand, and scanned the yard. That's when I saw the marks. Long scratches in the wood of the porch, starting near the door and ending at the stairs. Something had been dragged, or someone. I backed inside and locked everything again. I didn't sleep that night either. The next morning, I packed my things. I wasn't going to spend another night out there. Something wasn't right. I felt watched. I loaded up the car quickly and made sure every window and door was shut tight. As I drove back down the dirt path, I glanced in the rearview mirror. For just a second, I thought I saw someone standing at the tree line, but when I looked again, they were gone. Back home, I didn't tell anyone the full story. I said the cabin was nice, but the weather was bad. I told myself it was probably just animals, or maybe my imagination playing tricks after too much isolation. But I kept thinking about those footsteps, the open door, the scrape marks. A few weeks later, I went back to the rental site to leave a review. The listing was gone. The entire site had been taken down. I still think about that cabin sometimes, especially at night. I haven't been on another solo trip since. I probably never will. It was late October when I decided to take a break from everything and drive up to a remote cabin I had rented in northern Michigan. I had found it through a listing online. Just a small wooden place in the woods, about 30 minutes from the nearest town, surrounded by trees and nothing else. No internet, no cell reception, just a wood-burning stove, a small kitchen, a bed, and a front porch with a view of the forest. That's what I wanted: silence, distance, and time to think. The drive took me 6 hours. I left early in the morning, stopped for gas and groceries in a small town about an hour from the cabin, and then followed a gravel road that twisted through the trees until I reached the place. The last mile was rough. The road narrowed so much it felt more like a path through the woods. I had to drive slow, my tires crunching over leaves and small rocks. The cabin was older than it looked in the pictures. Some of the wooden boards were warped, and the windows looked a little foggy, like they hadn't been cleaned in a long time. Still, it was cozy. It smelled like pine and smoke inside. There was a little kitchen with a 2-burner stove and a half-sized fridge, a table with 2 chairs, a twin bed in the corner, and a fireplace that took up most of one wall. The back door led to a tiny deck and then just trees. Lots of trees. The first day was uneventful. I unpacked, walked around the property, and gathered firewood. I cooked some eggs on the stove, sat on the porch for a while, and listened to the woods. It was so quiet that it felt unnatural at first. I could hear every little thing. Twigs snapping, birds fluttering, the wind shifting through dry leaves. That night, I made a fire and sat in front of it until I was too tired to keep my eyes open. I woke up early the next morning, right around dawn. The air was cold, and the windows had fogged up during the night. I made coffee and sat on the porch again, wrapped in a blanket, just watching the sun creep through the trees. After breakfast, I decided to explore the forest behind the cabin. There wasn't a trail, just dense woods and hills. I figured if I kept track of the sun and didn't go too far, I wouldn't get lost. I spent a couple of hours walking. The trees were packed close together, and the ground was uneven. At one point, I found a small stream, just a few inches wide, trickling between rocks. I followed it for a while, thinking it might loop back toward the cabin, but it just led deeper into the forest. I started getting a weird feeling, not fear exactly, but something like unease, like I was being watched. Every now and then I would hear a noise behind me, but when I turned around, nothing was there, just branches swaying in the breeze. When I finally made it back to the cabin, I felt a little on edge. I chalked it up to being alone in the woods and not being used to so much silence. I made lunch and sat by the fire for a while, reading a book I had brought with me. By late afternoon, I felt better. I decided to stay close to the cabin that evening, just in case. That night, I had trouble sleeping. I kept waking up. The woods were quiet, but every now and then I'd hear something, like footsteps in the leaves. Once, I thought I heard a soft knocking sound, like wood tapping on wood, coming from the direction of the porch. But when I looked out the window, there was nothing there. I went back to bed and eventually fell asleep again. The third day was colder. Gray skies, no sun. I stayed inside most of the morning. Around noon, I noticed something odd. The stack of firewood I had left on the porch looked smaller. I couldn't be sure. I hadn't counted the logs, but it looked like several pieces were missing. I thought maybe I had brought more inside than I remembered, but something about it didn't sit right with me. I spent that day double-checking the locks, making sure the windows were latched. I didn't see anyone, didn't hear anything unusual, but the feeling of being watched came back. Felt stronger this time. I stayed inside once it got dark. I kept the fire going and read my book, but I couldn't concentrate. I kept looking at the windows, expecting to see something out there in the trees. That night, I barely slept. I kept hearing sounds, not just the wind or animals, different sounds. I heard something scrape against the back deck. I heard a thump near the front porch. Around 3 in the morning, I thought I saw movement outside one of the windows, just a shadow slipping past the edge of the glass. I didn't go outside. I didn't even get up. I just stayed in bed, frozen, staring at the ceiling until the sky started to lighten. The next morning, I went outside to look around. I didn't see any footprints or anything out of place, but I did find something strange near the edge of the woods. It was a piece of firewood, one of mine. It was lying about 20 feet from the porch, half buried in leaves. It was definitely from my stack. It had a crack down the middle and a piece of twine tied around it that I had used to bundle the logs. I had no idea how it got there. That afternoon, I took a hatchet and started chopping more wood, just to feel like I was doing something useful. Every few minutes, I'd stop and look around. I didn't see anyone. I never did. But that feeling of being watched, it was constant now. Not just outside, but even inside the cabin. I started keeping the hatchet next to me wherever I went. That night, I didn't sleep at all. I sat by the fire with the hatchet in my lap. Around midnight, I heard movement again. Something walking slowly across the porch. Then a soft creak, like someone leaning against the wooden boards. My stomach felt like it dropped. I sat there holding my breath, listening. Then it stopped. No footsteps going away. No more creaks. just silence. I stayed like that until the sun came up. When it did, I ran outside and looked around again. Nothing. No footprints. No broken boards. Nothing missing from the porch. But I knew something had been out there. I felt it. I made the decision to leave that morning. I packed everything, loaded up the car, and was ready to go by 9. But the car wouldn't start. The engine turned over once. Then nothing. I tried again. Nothing. I checked under the hood, but I didn't know what I was looking for. It had been running fine the whole trip. There was still gas in the tank. The battery looked okay, but I couldn't tell for sure. I was stuck. There was no signal, no Wi-Fi, nothing. I couldn't call for help. The nearest town was at least 10 miles away. I wasn't even sure which direction to go. The gravel road twisted through the woods, and I hadn't paid enough attention to the turns on the way in. I stayed one more night. I didn't have a choice. That night, the sounds were louder. I heard heavy footsteps outside, moving slowly from one end of the porch to the other. I heard something drag along the side of the cabin, and at one point, I swear I heard breathing low and heavy just outside the front door. I sat in the corner of the cabin, away from the windows, holding the hatchet in both hands. I didn't sleep. I just waited for the sun. The next morning, I tried the car again. It started, just like that, like nothing had been wrong. I didn't wait. I got in and drove. I didn't even look back at the cabin. I just kept driving until I was back on the main road. Then I pulled into a gas station and finally felt like I could breathe again. I don't know who or what was out there. I don't think I ever will. Maybe it was just some local messing with me. Maybe someone had been living in the woods and saw me as an easy target. I don't know, but it felt planned. Like someone had been watching me the whole time, waiting until I was too scared to think straight. I never saw them. I never heard a voice, but I know they were there. I haven't gone back to the woods since. I still think about it sometimes, especially at night. I think about the sound of those footsteps on the porch and the way my firewood kept disappearing. I think about the car not starting, and then starting like nothing happened. But mostly, I think about the silence. That deep, unnatural silence that felt more dangerous than any noise. And I know whatever was out there in those trees, it wasn't an animal. It wasn't some fairy tale monster. It was a person, and they were close. Closer than I ever want to be to anyone again. It was late October when I decided to rent a remote cabin in northern Minnesota for a full week. The idea was to disconnect from everything and everyone. No phone service, no emails, just me, the cold woods, and some peace and quiet. I'd been working a stressful job for the past 2 years without a proper break, and I needed to reset. I picked a cabin I found through a small listing on an old hiking forum. The guy who rented it out said it was quiet, way off the main roads, and great for people who wanted to escape for a bit. That sounded perfect to me. The drive up took about 9 hours. The last stretch was just a narrow dirt road that wound deep into the forest. It had rained a few days before, and the path was soft and muddy in places. I had to slow down a lot, and a few times I thought I was going to get stuck, but my SUV pushed through. The trees were thick, and the light got dim quickly the deeper I drove. By the time I reached the cabin, the sun was setting and the air had that cold, damp bite to it that hits in late fall. The cabin itself looked pretty old but solid. It sat on a small clearing surrounded by trees, with a short, rough path leading down to a lake that was barely visible through the branches. There was a fire pit out front, a small porch with a wooden swing, and a stack of chopped firewood leaning against one side. I walked in and looked around. It was simple but cozy, just a main room with a fireplace, a little kitchen with a gas stove and sink, and a bedroom off to the side with a full-size bed and a worn dresser. The bathroom was outside, an old-school outhouse about 30 yards into the trees. Not ideal, but I could live with it. That first night was peaceful. I lit a fire in the fireplace, made a can of chili on the stove, and sat in the quiet. No cars, no neighbors, not even the hum of a refrigerator. Just the sound of wind through the trees and the occasional creak of the wooden walls as the cabin settled into the cold night. I slept well, wrapped in thick blankets, listening to the crackle of dying embers. The next morning, I explored a little. I walked down to the lake, which was half covered in a thin layer of ice. There were animal tracks near the shore, probably deer or maybe something smaller. I wandered through the trees for a while, following game trails and just enjoying the air. The sky was gray, and everything smelled like wet leaves and moss. I didn't see another person all day, and that was exactly what I wanted. By the third day, something started to feel off. It was small things at first. I noticed a set of footprints around the cabin that didn't match mine. I had heavy hiking boots with a distinct tread, but these were flatter and smaller. They came from the woods, circled the cabin, and disappeared again. I tried to tell myself it was probably from before I arrived, maybe even from the guy who owned the place, but I didn't like how fresh they looked. That night, I made sure to latch the door and pile more wood in the fireplace. I didn't sleep as well. I kept hearing sounds outside. Light crunches, like someone walking carefully. Once or twice, I thought I heard something tapping softly on the side of the cabin. I didn't have any kind of weapon with me, just a hatchet for chopping firewood and a basic hunting knife I used when hiking. I kept both close by that night. The next morning, I walked the area around the cabin again. More prints, the same type as before, but now they were closer. One set went right up to the back window. That window was about 5 feet off the ground, and there was a smudge on the glass like someone had leaned forward to look in. I hadn't noticed it before. It made my stomach twist a little. There was no real reason anyone should be out here. The nearest town was about an hour away, and the road was hard to spot unless you knew exactly where to look. I kept going back and forth between thinking it was just some curious hunter passing through, or maybe another hiker, and thinking something wasn't right. I didn't want to get paranoid. That's the thing about being out in the woods alone. Your brain starts playing tricks. Every sound seems louder. Every shadow looks like it moves. But I also didn't want to be stupid, so I decided I'd keep my fire going all night. If someone was watching the cabin, they'd know I was awake. That night was the worst. Around 2 a.m., I woke up because I thought I heard the front porch creak. I stayed still for a long time, listening. I didn't hear it again, but then there was a noise near the side of the cabin, like leaves being brushed aside. I got up slowly and went to the fireplace. The fire was low, but I added some wood to brighten the room. Then I sat with my back to the wall, facing the door, the hatchet beside me. Nothing else happened, but I couldn't sleep. I just sat there until the first light started to come through the cracks in the wall. I decided I had to check outside. I opened the door slowly and looked around. The ground was damp from a light frost, and I could see them again. More prints, clear ones, the same kind. They came from the woods, went to the side window, and then to the front porch. This time, there was something new. Near the edge of the clearing, I found a small pile of rocks. Not just a random pile, either. They were stacked carefully, like a marker. I hadn't seen it before, and it hadn't been there the day before. Someone had made it overnight. That freaked me out more than anything else so far. It was like a message, but I didn't know what it meant. I went back inside and locked the door. I decided I'd leave early. I started packing my things, but halfway through I stopped. I didn't know why, but it felt wrong to leave just then. Like maybe whoever was out there was waiting for me to try. I figured if they wanted to hurt me, they had plenty of chances. But they hadn't. Maybe they were just trying to scare me off. Or maybe I was scaring myself. I stayed another night. I made sure the fire was roaring and dragged a heavy chair in front of the door. I sat there again, listening. Around midnight, I heard something. Not footsteps this time. Breathing. Very faint. Like someone standing just outside the door. I didn't move. I barely even breathed myself. It lasted maybe 10 minutes. Then nothing. I stayed awake until morning again. When I finally opened the door, there were no new prints. No rocks. Nothing. It was like they had backed off. Or maybe they were done. That last day was quiet. I walked around with the hatchet in hand, but didn't see anything strange. The woods were still and silent. That evening, I made a fire and sat on the porch. I tried to calm myself, telling myself it was probably nothing. Maybe just a lost hunter. Maybe even the owner checking in without saying anything. Maybe I'd imagined the breathing. But deep down, I knew someone had been out there. I left early the next morning. I didn't look back. I followed the dirt road until I hit pavement and didn't stop until I reached the first gas station I could find. I didn't tell anyone what happened. I figured it would sound stupid. No crime had been committed. No one had gotten hurt. I was fine. But something about it still sticks with me. The footprints, the rock pile, the smudge on the window, the feeling of being watched, the breathing. I haven't gone back to the woods since. I still go on hikes, but always where there are other people around. I still camp sometimes, but only in campgrounds with rangers nearby. And I never, ever stay in cabins alone anymore. Whatever was out there wasn't a ghost. It wasn't some fairy tale monster. It was a person, a real person, someone who watched me for days, someone who came close enough to look in the window, someone who stacked rocks like a message, someone who stood just outside the door in the middle of the night, breathing. They didn't break in, they didn't attack, but I think that's what makes it worse. They just watched. They let me know they were there, and they let me leave, which means they chose not to do anything, but they could have. I needed a break. That's what I told myself when I started searching for somewhere quiet. Just me, some woods, a cabin with no Wi-Fi, and no one needing anything from me. I'd been working too many hours, barely sleeping, and even when I did, it wasn't good sleep. My chest always felt heavy. My thoughts kept racing. I needed to reset, maybe even figure myself out a little. So, I started looking for remote cabins in northern Michigan. Somewhere I could drive to in a few hours, but far enough from towns and people. I found this small place near a lake. No name, just a listing that said, "Cabin near Porter Ridge Trail." It had a few blurry photos, an old wooden structure, a view of the lake, and some trees all around it. It was a decent price for a full week, and the owner didn't ask too many questions. I booked it and packed light, just clothes, food for a week, a sleeping bag, some tools, and my old hunting knife. I wasn't planning to hunt, but I liked having it. The drive there was quiet. I left around noon and reached the cabin a little after 4. The last part of the road turned to gravel, then to a narrow dirt path that felt like it hadn't been driven on in years. The trees leaned in overhead like a tunnel, and the wheels bumped over roots and loose stones. Finally, I pulled up to the cabin. It looked just like the photos, maybe worse. The wood was grayer, weathered from years of rain and sun. There were leaves gathered along the steps, and the windows looked foggy. But it was standing, and when I pushed open the door, it didn't creak too much. Inside, it was just one room with a small wood stove, a bed frame with no mattress, and an old table. Dust floated in the sunlight coming through the single window. I unpacked and cleaned up a little, swept the floor, cleared cobwebs. I unrolled my sleeping bag on the bed frame and placed my cooler in the corner. I had enough dry food, a few cans, and water. No running water here, so I brought gallons from home. That first night was peaceful. I lit a fire in the stove with some old logs left stacked outside and warmed up a can of soup. I ate while listening to the wind through the trees. No cars, no buzzing phones. I read for a while and fell asleep before 10. I woke up to a sound. It wasn't loud, but it pulled me out of sleep. A soft shuffling outside. Not an animal, too deliberate. I sat up and grabbed my knife. I didn't turn on the lantern, just listened. It stopped. I waited a few minutes, heart pounding. Maybe it was a raccoon or a deer. I laid back down, still holding the knife. Next day, I went exploring. There was a trail behind the cabin, half overgrown but still visible. I walked it for about a mile until I hit a clearing with an old fire pit and a log bench. I sat there watching the trees. I didn't see anyone all day. That night, it happened again, shuffling, but this time it was closer, like footsteps on dry leaves. I sat up again, held the knife tighter. I stayed that way for almost an hour. No sound after the first few steps, but I didn't sleep well. Third day, I checked the area around the cabin. I found some old footprints. Hard to tell, maybe boot prints. Could have been mine, but a couple seemed fresh, like someone had walked through just recently. I marked the prints by placing sticks in an X near them, just to see if new ones showed up. Later, I walked down to the lake. It was calm, clear and still. I sat for a long time, trying to convince myself I was overthinking everything. Maybe I was just not used to quiet. That night, I made a fire outside and cooked a hot dog over it. The trees crackled softly, and the wind was light. For a moment, I felt okay. Then I saw movement between the trees. I froze. Just a flicker. Could have been a deer, I thought. But I stood up slowly and watched. Nothing moved again, but I couldn't shake the feeling someone had been there. I let the fire burn out and went inside early. That night, I barely slept. I kept hearing soft creaks outside, and once, what sounded like a breath near the window. But when I looked, nothing was there. Day 4, I found more boot prints. Not mine. These were deeper, clearer. Someone had been walking around the cabin. My sticks had been moved. I felt my stomach twist. This wasn't just an animal. Someone was watching me. I hiked to a higher point where I could get some cell reception and checked my messages. Nothing urgent. I thought about leaving, but part of me didn't want to. I wanted to know who was out there. That night, I stayed awake. I didn't light a fire. I kept the lantern off. Just sat by the window waiting. Around midnight, I saw it. A shape, human, standing between trees, not moving. I stayed still for a long time. Then it stepped forward. Just one step, then back. Then it was gone. I didn't sleep at all. Next day, I hiked the trail again but took a side path through the woods, moving in a wide loop back toward the cabin, trying to see if anyone was following me. That's when I found the spot. An old tarp tied between trees, some trash bags, empty food cans, a rusted pot. Someone had been living there. It wasn't far from the cabin, maybe a 5-minute walk. The campsite looked recently used. There were footprints all around. I felt a chill move down my back. I backed out quietly and walked fast back to the cabin. I didn't know what to do. If I left, they might follow. If I stayed, they might come closer. I decided I'd wait one more night. I wanted to be sure I wasn't imagining it. That night, I set a trap. I tied some fishing line with small bells around the perimeter of the cabin. Not loud, but enough to hear. I stayed up again, this time with the knife in one hand, flashlight in the other. Around 2 a.m., I heard it. A soft jingle, then silence. I waited, breathing slow, heart racing. Another jingle, this time on the other side. Then a soft crunch of leaves. I shined the flashlight out the window, but it didn't reach far. I saw nothing. I kept listening. Then, for a split second, I saw a face. Low to the ground, peeking near the edge of the window. Eyes wide, pale skin. Then it disappeared. I backed into the corner of the room and waited until sunrise. First light, I packed everything. Threw it in the car. Didn't clean up, didn't look back. I drove fast down the dirt path, tires skidding in the mud. When I reached the highway, I pulled over and just sat there, trying to slow my breathing. Later that week, I filed a report with the sheriff in the nearest town. They said they'd check it out, but I never heard back. I still think about that face, the eyes, the way it didn't blink. I wonder how long he'd been watching, if he ever came inside while I slept. I haven't gone back to the woods since, but I never deleted the listing. Sometimes I check it. It's still up. Different photos now. Cleaner cabin. Brighter lighting. New owner. Same place. Still no Wi-Fi. I had always dreamed of escaping the hustle and bustle of city life, so when I stumbled upon a listing for a secluded cabin deep in the woods, it felt like fate. The price was surprisingly affordable, and the idea of solitude appealed to me. Without much deliberation, I made the purchase and planned a weekend getaway to my new retreat. The drive to the cabin was uneventful, with winding roads leading me deeper into the forest. Upon arrival, the cabin stood modestly amidst towering trees, its wooden exterior blending seamlessly with the surroundings. Inside, it was rustic but cozy, with basic furnishings and a fireplace that promised warmth during chilly nights. The first day passed peacefully. I spent time exploring the nearby trails, listening to the sounds of nature, and enjoying the tranquility. As night fell, I lit a fire, cooked a simple meal, and settled in with a book. The isolation was comforting. a stark contrast to my usual environment. Wired 1. However, the serenity was short-lived. In the middle of the night, I was jolted awake by a loud banging noise. It sounded like someone, or something, was pounding on the back door. My heart raced as I sat up, trying to make sense of the situation. I hadn't seen another soul since arriving, and the nearest neighbor was miles away. Reddit 2. I cautiously approached the door, flashlight in hand, and peered through the window. The darkness outside was impenetrable, and I couldn't see anything. The banging had stopped, replaced by an eerie silence. Even the nocturnal sounds of the forest had ceased. I double-checked the locks on all doors and windows, ensuring they were secure. Sleep was out of the question, so I stayed up, alert and anxious until dawn. Reddit 2. The next morning, I inspected the area around the cabin. There were no footprints or signs of intrusion. The ground was undisturbed, and everything appeared normal. I tried to rationalize the incident. Perhaps it was an animal or the wind, but the uncertainty lingered. Determined not to let fear ruin my retreat, I decided to stay another night. I spent the day hiking and gathering firewood, trying to distract myself. As evening approached, I prepared for the night, keeping a flashlight and a makeshift weapon, a sturdy branch within reach. Around midnight, the banging returned, louder and more aggressive than before. This time, it was accompanied by the sound of footsteps circling the cabin. I remained silent, heart pounding, as the noises continued for what felt like an eternity before abruptly stopping. At first light, I packed my belongings and left the cabin, vowing never to return. The experience left me shaken, a stark reminder that isolation can be as unsettling as it is peaceful. I had been living in the city my whole life. The endless noise, the crowded sidewalks, the bright lights. Everything about it had worn me down over the years. I wanted a break from people, from traffic, from the same exhausting routine every day. So when I found a listing online for a remote cabin deep in the forests of northern Montana, I didn't think twice. I booked it for a whole week. No cell service, no internet, just peace and quiet in the woods. That was the plan. The drive there was long. I passed through a few small towns, each one quieter than the last, until eventually, I was on a dirt road surrounded by nothing but thick trees and old fence posts. The GPS gave out somewhere near the last town, but I followed the directions the owner left in the email. It took nearly 2 hours on winding, rough roads before I finally saw the roof of the cabin through the trees. It was small and made of weathered logs, sitting on a clearing surrounded by thick pines. The porch creaked when I stepped on it. The door was stiff, but it opened eventually. Inside, it was simple wooden floors, a stone fireplace, a table and 2 chairs, a single bed, and a small kitchen area with old appliances. There was a bathroom tucked in the back with a basic shower and toilet. It was cleaner than I expected, but still had that strong smell of old wood and dust. There was no TV, no radio, and no signal on my phone. That first night, I sat on the porch and watched the sun disappear behind the trees. The only sound was the wind rustling through the leaves and the occasional call of a bird. It was quiet in a way that made the world feel big again. I slept surprisingly well, despite how dark the woods got at night. The second day, I went for a hike. There were no marked trails, but I stayed close enough to the cabin so I wouldn't get lost. I walked for hours, just enjoying the stillness, the scent of pine, and the feel of solid earth under my boots. I didn't see a single other person. That was exactly what I wanted. But on the third night, something changed. I was sitting inside reading a book I brought when I heard a sound outside. It was faint, like a twig snapping. At first, I didn't think much of it. There were plenty of animals out there. But then there was another noise, closer, heavier. It didn't sound like a deer or anything small. I turned off the lamp and sat still, listening. I waited a few minutes, but there was nothing more. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that something, or someone, was nearby. I locked the door, even though it felt silly. Then I pulled the curtains shut and went to bed. It took a long time to fall asleep. The next morning, I stepped out onto the porch and found footprints in the dirt. Not boot prints, bare feet. And they weren't mine. They were larger, wider, and the toes were clearly defined. They came from the tree line, walked around the cabin, and then disappeared back into the woods. I stood there staring at them for a long time. It made my skin crawl. Who the hell was out here walking barefoot in the forest? I tried to tell myself it was nothing. Maybe just old tracks from someone who passed by weeks ago. But they looked fresh. The heel prints were deep, and the edges hadn't been smoothed out by wind or rain. I didn't go hiking that day. I stayed close to the cabin, kept the doors locked, and listened. Every small noise outside made me jump. The wind in the trees now sounded like whispers. I didn't even open the windows. That night, I barely slept. I kept waking up, convinced I was hearing something moving outside. At one point, I thought I saw a shadow pass in front of the window, but it was gone before I could be sure. My heart was pounding so hard I felt sick. By morning, I'd made up my mind to leave. I didn't care if the trip was cut short. It wasn't worth it. I packed my things quickly and threw them in the car. When I turned the key, the engine clicked once, and then nothing. I tried again. Same thing. Battery was dead. I popped the hood, checked the terminals, they looked fine. I wasn't a mechanic, but I knew enough to see that nothing was obviously wrong. Panic started to set in. I was miles from the nearest town, no phone signal, no radio, and now no car. I didn't even know which direction the main road was. I went back inside, locked the door again, and tried to calm down. I'd leave on foot in the morning, follow the road until I found someone or got a signal. That night was the worst. I was trying to sleep when I heard a noise outside again. But this time, it wasn't just footsteps. There was a scraping sound, like something dragging along the wood of the cabin. I held my breath. Then I heard what sounded like fingers tapping on the wall. Light, rhythmic taps, like someone trying to get my attention. I got out of bed and crept toward the window. I didn't open the curtain, just stood there, heart pounding. Then the tapping stopped. Silence. I waited a full 5 minutes before stepping back. Just when I turned around, there was a loud thump against the front door. I nearly screamed. I backed into the corner, clutching a flashlight. The thump came again. Then nothing. I sat there until the sun came up. The next morning, I opened the door slowly and looked around. Nothing. No one. But the footprints were back. This time, there were more of them, circling the cabin again. And now, there were handprints smeared on the windows, dirt-covered, greasy-looking handprints. I felt sick. I didn't eat, didn't drink, just grabbed my backpack and started walking. I had no idea where I was going, but I kept the sun on my left and followed what looked like tire tracks. It was slow going. The forest was thick, and the trail kept disappearing. I walked all day, only stopping for a few sips of water. By evening, I found an old hunting stand. It was rickety and half collapsed, but I climbed up and sat in it as the light faded. I didn't want to sleep on the ground. I was too afraid of whoever or whatever had been outside the cabin. I heard things moving through the trees that night, snapping twigs, soft footsteps, something breathing, but nothing came close. I stayed up all night, clutching a rock in my hand like it would help. The next morning, I kept walking. My legs were burning, and I was dizzy from dehydration. By midday, I found a dirt road. I followed it for hours until I saw a truck parked near a stream. I ran toward it, waving my arms. A man was there, fishing. He looked startled when he saw me, probably because I looked half dead. He drove me to the nearest town, gave me water and food, and called a tow truck for my car. I never went back for my things. I didn't care. I just wanted to leave. The mechanic said my car's battery had been ripped out. Not disconnected, ripped. Like someone had yanked it with all their strength. There were scratches under the hood, like from a tool or sharp edge. I didn't tell him what happened. I just nodded and paid the bill. I think about that cabin sometimes. I wonder who was out there, what they wanted, why they didn't break in. Maybe they were just trying to scare me. Maybe they were waiting for something. I haven't camped or hiked since. I stick to places with streetlights, with people, with noise. The silence of the woods used to feel peaceful. Now it just reminds me of that tapping, of bare footprints in the dirt, of someone watching me from the trees. But I made it out. I got home. And even though I don't sleep well anymore, even though I keep a bat next to my bed and check the locks 3 times before I lie down, I know it could have ended worse. I don't know what would have happened if I stayed one more night, and I never want to find out.